Right, everyone, we are back. Maybe. Hang on. Took a couple of hours out. Are we good? Can you... Hopefully the microphone's a bit louder as well. Hopefully there's no echo. I've got a bit of an echo now, but I can deal with it. And we've got the Google Maps up as well. I'm telling you, this convoy is going to Moscow. I don't know what the traffic closure means here, because we think they might be further than that. Bear with me. Welcome Lars, welcome David, welcome Vlatka, welcome 101 Fox. Yeah, we've got live UA map as well. So we'll get an indication of anything there. So they're saying they're around here, Yelets, which would be here. Going pretty crazy. But yeah, welcome back if you've been in the previous stream or the previous streams. When BBC is showing this must be like... I wonder what these road closures mean up here. Apparently a standoff in Rostov. Yeah, I saw the Chechens were heading in. We have slept. Anyone else had sleep? Anyone else been to sleep? Or anyone just cracked on? They're getting ready in Moscow, but this is the thing, like... They're all following orders here, but what happens when the tanks roll in? No, where's MBR? Yeah, to be honest, I only had a couple of hours. Needs to get some more stuff done. Motel's been awake all night. Any updates? The updates are that the convoy is progressing. And there's been some insane footage. Hang on, let me get some of this up for you. Bear with me. Bear with me a second. Let me show you some of this. So it looks like the Russians actually took out one of their oil depots in Voronezh. I'll try and get some shots. There's basically some footage of this attack helicopter blowing up this massive oil depot and then evading anti-air. It was pretty crazy. Is the microphone still low volume? Hang on. Whoa. Is it still low volume? This should be quite loud. Okay, bear with me. Hang on a second. Does this make it louder? Is it getting louder now when I do that? Is that louder? Is that better for you? Is that better? What about that? Is that okay? It's not getting louder when I do that. Yes. Hang on. Is that louder? Is that not getting louder? Hang on, let's get this audio right. Let's get this audio right. What's going on? Remember, it is full volume. We saw it earlier, look. It's on full volume. It's on mic gains on max. It got a little louder. Okay, I can just... That's better. Oh, Is that blowing? That should be really loud. That should be really loud. Shane saying audio is fine. Did that blow anyone's speakers out? Chat, keep me updated. It's louder. It's okay now. Okay. Hang on, I'll tell you what we're going to do then. We're going to do this. We're going to do some... I only built this setup yesterday. Is that better? Okay. Then ideally I can't see. Hang on. Put it in the middle like that. Okay. How about that? Perfect audio. Look at me. There's a bit of fluff on the microphone. Okay, we good? How's that? Okay, good. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I want to try and get this footage for you. Hang on a second. This also was on the news, was saying they're just still rolling through. Anyone else got any news they want to share? Oh, the other news was Kadyrov. So it was interesting because we saw Putin's speech. Was it last night, this morning? Can't remember. And he didn't really say anything. But it looks like Kadyrov and the Chechens are rolling in support of Putin and the government. Putin was also reported as being in Moscow. Might be here. Yeah, this is the explosion in the ore depot from the helicopter. Have a look at this. So that was from a helicopter. Be some different footage where you can maybe see the helicopter. Revenge is a dish, right? He just, I think he was on Telegram saying he doesn't support the rebellion. There, you can see the helicopter there, so it's just done the strike. But yeah, anyone else in chat got any news, let us know. Hopefully that sounds better, it sounds a bit crisper now. So he's calling it a justice march. Remember, the Russians call the war a special operation, so it's all... This might be their terminology. All roads and bridges. Yeah, I've heard that they've been getting the bridges blockaded at the river here. So you can see the roadblocks here. So what happens if... Is this where the standoff is going to be, really? That could be where the standoff is. This might be near a bridge, possibly, I don't know. Where was our flight radar? Was flight radar? Flight radar was... Let's do flight radar down here. And they also, there was a cargo or a transport plane shot down around here. So it might be why you're not seeing any aircraft in this area. If they were not, if that was permitted before. Oh, this is a plane going to St. Petersburg. This day will be in the history books. Completely agreed. Welcome, Dan. Welcome, Deacon D. What's going on? Man, so much stuff. It's just basically tanks rolling in on Moscow. Yeah, the missed shot. I'll try and get the missed shot for you. Bear with me. Let me try and get that. Hang on. Let me get this one for you. Surprised I'm struggling to find it because it's, I think, insane footage. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right, check this out. So this is that same helicopter.
Это 28-й все-таки? Пошла, пошел! А он еще и ловушка!
Pretty crazy, right?
Это 28-й все-таки?
Constitutional crisis too, yeah. I mean, 1991 was definitely a constitutional crisis. It's hard to have a coup that doesn't end in a constitutional crisis because the constitution is designed, and Russian has a written federal constitution. But it's hard to not have a constitutional crisis because it's all about who really is in power. Welcome back, Kate. Will gas and electricity prices go down? I think there's a lot of stuff going on there. So this is a plane going from Moscow up to St. Petersburg. Dan, I have to say this war has raised my default level of stress. A lot of being in Romania, it's real. I have 2 Ukrainian families in my flat building military helicopters every evening above. Yeah, but I don't think this situation can't last for any sustained period of time, in my opinion. Something is going to happen quickly. At some point there is going to be resistance, to put it another way. And I wonder if it's going to be here. I don't know if anyone has a any coordinates on the last sighting of the convoy. Welcome, Vaclav. But if you do, let us know. It's getting hard now to like sieve through the information, isn't it? This is a good map, I think. You can see this is the progress. Have I slept all yet? I had a couple of hours sleep. It's like 6 hours to Moscow. But at what rate? Is that convoy rate? And what about the convoy we had going in the other direction? What about this roadblock? What's been happening here? Mr. N says apparently in the Stupino. I don't know where Stupino is. But they're in this region now. You can see sort of, yeah, progress here. Going to be lots of people saying one thing and then the other thing. But yeah, getting ready. But this is essentially just more roadblocks, isn't it? Stupino is 100 kilometers. That's very close. Where is that exactly? They can't be at Stupino because that's on the river. If they're there, then this has progressed way quicker than anyone would have expected. So it is a coup. Yeah, it is 100% a coup. I mean, he's going on the capital. T, what's that to do with motorsport? Oh, many ways. I mean, it says it's a 6-hour drive from this, but that went convoy speed will be slower. Someone said yesterday convoy moves at the speed of the slowest vehicle, but it's all. I think probably if you're a rebel here, speed is more important than like actual military hardware. It's about getting there quickly while you got the momentum, I suspect. Welcome, MBR. It's not a coup, it's a special government changing operation. Yeah, if they've blown up an oil depot, surely they would blow up a bridge as well. Well, MBR saying I'm not done about must watch. By the way, let us know where in the world you're watching from. Always good to know. What nations are represented in the stream. Dan saying it's already over. Welcome, Attitudes. Hope you had a good break. That could be any footage, really. There's been some footage of people of like maybe some shots fired or something. I don't know. Maybe just trying to clear the streets. Obviously, it was really surreal yesterday, wasn't it? Liverpool, Belgium. Hene from Amsterdam. Alpha from UK. Matt from Australia. Kate from UK. Mr. Interest from Belgium. Eren from Netherlands, Trell from America, welcome Brigsby and the B clan. Onkelman from Germany. Yeah, that's the M4. Brigsby from Texas, Julio from Portugal, Shooting from Melbourne, Dan from Bucharest, Drew from Florida. What has changed since last night? Well, I think Prigozhin responded and said, well, it's an unfortunate speech by Putin, but it means that he's no longer going to be president. So it's really escalated. If he wanted something less than that, he's now in. He's all in. He's all in here. There's no this. This is why, and I might not have been right, but this is why I said yesterday. Surely, if you were Russia, you would want to de-escalate this as soon as possible, because every minute, every hour this coup still exists, it just massively weakens you. Dan, Virginia, Ben from Winnipeg, Fox from California, MBR from New York but near Canada. Shane is in Canada. Bjarm's from Greenland. That might be our first viewer in Greenland. Wow, don't think we've had a viewer from Greenland before. Let me get you some more footage, everyone. So I was going to put my new contacts in. Oh, Brandon, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you so much, Brandon Games. Unfortunately, a Liverpool fan, but thank you so much for the £2, Brandon. Only discovered you early, now I'm glued. Thank you so much. First super chat is that? Is that your first super chat? Congratulations. Yeah, trust me, we're in this for the long haul. We're in this till the end, basically. Don't worry about that. This reminds me of Die Hard 3. Oh, Dan as well, gifting a membership. Dan, Alpha Capri getting a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Dan, from Romania, from Bucharest, gifting Alpha Capri a membership. Very, very, very generous of you. Alpha now gets the members bonuses and the emojis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that, Alpha Legend Dan. Get some claps out in chat for the memberships and the donation. Absolutely huge. I'm gonna do the good vibes. Just good vibes in this chat. Whatever's happening. No worries, Dan. Appreciate it. "101 Fox, I wonder what the loss of the main Russian base." Yeah, I don't know. Presumably it's roughly on port, or the supply might be, well, will be interrupted. I'm just getting back up to speed again. Cobra, do you think it's what the Russian people want? It's very difficult to know. Oh, Brandon! Thank you so much for becoming a legend. Joining the membership as well. Donation and the membership. Thank you so much, Brandon. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're enjoying the space to follow these world events. Absolutely crazy times. You'll never forget where you were. That's the thing. And we're just following it live. Absolutely live. Thanks so much, Brandon. Appreciate that. Welcome, Phantom. Yeah, 100% coup is happening. So it looks like they're trying to blockade. So set up, just block all the roads, block the bridges, force the rebels' hands in having to, you know, overcome the blockade. Never forget where you were. Hang on. Oh, there we go. No worries, Fujiwara. I'm not sure that was my intention, but... Has the convoy met any blockades yet? We need to find out where the convoy is. Oop. I can spell convoy. That's footage, by the way, of the attack on the convoy. This could be anything, but they say Chechen troops going to Rostov. So, but what happens there? Is there some sort of negotiation or something? Let's keep it clean in the chat, please. Mods be all over that. I think we should get... That was a crazy one, wasn't it? So that was before. Can I zoom a tab over here? Oh, look at this. Right, I don't know what to believe this or not, but saying that 400 vehicles, that's kind of similar to 1991 levels. And is it like a snowball as you roll through, you just pick up more and more forces? They say Yelets, which is here. $320 kilometers away. Wow. So right now it's about 4 PM in Russia, isn't it? 3 or 4 PM? So are they going to get there before midnight? How are we feeling, chat? Chat, let us know how you're feeling about all this. Is anyone feeling uneasy? Oh, that one's not. Not trackable. But did it turn off transponder going into St. Petersburg? What's this? What's that? That's gone from Kazan over... Isn't that a bit of a weird flight plan? You've got to expect that's going to make a pretty about turn. You don't want to be... This is where you have anti-air and like Russian attack helicopters. Welcome, Rob. 101 Fox. I felt uneasy initially, but eventually it felt thrilling to see something of the scale play out in real time. Yeah, it's just crazy. This sort of like real time information coming through and is mad. Larry saying this is a coup by the USA. I think this is purely domestic, but you never know. Welcome AW. Sorry, Alex in the chat. Saying it's been scripted the whole time. No, I don't think it's scripted because it just makes Russia look really... It's not good for Russia in any way. Alpha says, how can you not be worried about this? If UK get involved, we're going to war. Manuel says, what's going on? Can someone explain real simple who's fighting coup? Can anyone in chat explain really... What's the summary? Maybe I can pin it if it's like a really good summary. Flights from Moscow sold out. His offices were raided. We saw that earlier. I mean, Moscow, it goes without saying, is a massive city with lots of international people still and journalists and whatnot. So Moscow is a different level. Dan, it's great for Putin's on the power. I think Putin looks very weak right now. Granted, this can only be the fall of Putin. Dan says we're witnessing a military power struggle. Yeah, so what I heard is that there was... Wagner is saying that Shoigu deliberately launched a missile on them and killed 2,000 Wagner mercenaries. If that is the context, then you can understand more what's fueling this drive all the way to Moscow. Some people saying it was like a botched attempt to get at Wagner. Welcome, Matthew. So that might be the context. What is this plane doing, by the way? What is this? Is it transponder on and off stuff? Is it circling? It's a small private jet. 101 Fox, I don't think they actually killed 2,000 mercenaries, but I think there's a possibility there is some truth behind those allegations. Yeah, difficult to say. It's time to search coup in the chat. The thing is, right, is that every hour this goes on, the weaker the Russian army and Putin look. This is one of the tags. This is kind of crazy, isn't it? This is sort of classic coup stuff, isn't it? You roll in quickly, and then you get the pop. Well, if you're doing a successful coup, the population are on your side. They're like, you know, kids jumping on the tank, all that kind of stuff. It's like, well, you wouldn't, the enemy wouldn't do this, would they? That's sort of the thing. Dan says some info has come out that Prigozhin had this in mind and has stockpiled. Well, you presume it's been planned in a very small circle. I just imagine in a PMC it'd be hard to keep it a super secret. I don't know. Welcome back, Ivan. I think Altitude has got it there, hasn't it? Yeah, don't think this is necessarily good for news from Ukraine. I don't think it's necessarily good. I mean, if the craziest thing is going to happen and this guy is going to successfully lead a coup at the Kremlin, then this is the sort of person that would be in charge. Welcome back, Funky. Yeah, we've seen that, Deacon. We've actually seen the footage of it's like maybe a heat-seeking missile because they use flares. This is kind of crazy. I don't know if this map is accurate, but if it's anywhere close to accurate, it's kind of crazy. The number seems to be 25,000 troops they have. I mean, look at the area here that they notionally, well, they exist in all of these oblasts compared to Ukraine. Like, they've already gone an area that, like, they'd be at Kiev, basically. Live video map saying Wagner pulling equipment out of the Luhansk region. Let's have a look. Do a refresh. Oops, my bad. Yeah, we've got the Google map up as well, so we can check the traffic. Let's refresh that maybe. More roadblocks appeared here. So it looks like definitely some sort of roadblock at this junction. Look at this. Motorway intersection. Is that where we think the first resistance is going to be? It looks like they've got past all of this. It seems. Or maybe it's going to be here. I don't know. Setting up roadblocks of these junctions. Sorry, my bad. I think I'm muted, coughed. Muted, unmuted, cough, muted. Did the wrong way around. Terrible streaming. Slightly further down. Dan, you must also think this guy is a businessman. This is private military. If he gets control, is it good business to control? I think this is spiraling rapidly out of control. Rapidly out of control. I'll choose Wagner. It's more like Merryweather. But I think the press conference this morning from Putin just was... It seemed weak. And another question is, has the convoy gone past all of these roadblocks? Did they take this diversion? And how are these road closures being reported? Is it people using GPS to navigate and then they're having to go somewhere else and it's automatically picking it up? What do we think? Is there any precedent for this? Is there any precedent for, like, this private military contractor? What if it takes all of this region here? Like, can it set up as a country? Is it like, well, we control this now, we're going to collect taxes? Right? Hene read that some troops already passed Yelets. Yeah, that's here. Which would make the next blockade here. Yeah, there's been a war of words between Putin and Prigozhin. for sure. Seen some insane stuff here. There's a taxi there. I mean, this was like really surreal, wasn't it? Really surreal. What's going on with this private jet? Still? Oh no, it's not there. It's not there. Google Maps uses info from satellite imagery. Yeah, but not live. Technobear, if this is a coup, it will partly be down to how the military leaders react. So some of the Russian commanders jump ship. That's what we're seeing. I mean, like when he went to speak with the commanders as well. Bear with me. Let's have a look what else is latest. Hard to sort of really sift through. I think it's just chaos, isn't it? Just absolute chaos. Let's go back down to Moscow. Any other private jets? Transponders on? Surely there's a lot of people who want to be on planes right now. That's a very interesting one. No worries, John Hall. Appreciate it. What's Twitter when you search Wagner? Let's have a look. What was Putin's reference to 1917? Wasn't that the one where the US were allegedly involved? Kind of weird map orientation this, isn't it? Whoa, look at that. Brave being on camera, right? Supporting the rebels. It's like a tank commander there or something. Are these private jets just circulating, ready to... They're trying to get a slot and pick up someone and come out? Welcome, Marcella. Yeah, I had a couple hours of sleep. Do you think in Rostov maybe they are more likely to be affected by the war as well, the people there, and maybe they think this is... But it's not anti-war in any way, supporting a military contractor. It's really like bizarre scenario, isn't it? Welcome, Furbies. Perry saying oligarchs and Russian people are sick of the war and the sanctions. Maybe. What is this? Is that on the ground? Is it just in the holding pattern? Surprised not more people are tracking this, but... Chechen soldiers. But that's the sort of like... Chechens aren't strictly contractors, right? But they're not... They're a bit looser than yeah, so... What's going to happen here? What's going to happen? What about lines of control and rules of engagement? Welcome patiently. Ra says Prigozhin must have known this was coming to mobilise so quickly. Don't underestimate this man. Very sophisticated in Rostov for sure, wasn't it? Very sophisticated. Where is the top right camera? That is in Rostov. That was this morning in Rostov. The left is more recent in Rostov, we think. 101 Fox say more private jets coming in. Yeah, indeed, here's one. Wow, the private jets are really coming into Moscow. I mean, I don't know whether this is any more or less than usual, to be honest. Hot One wants an update. Update is tanks rolling on Moscow. We're trying to work out where, but you can see they're going up the M4 motorway. They'll need to cross the river here. And we think they're somewhere around here. They might be about to hit this roadblock. Sundra's in Ukraine. What's the feeling like in Ukraine, Sundra? Alex Wilmot's got an update. Keep updates coming in. Welcome Miguel Daman San as well. I'm not sure about this. Incoming reports of Wagner Group. Well, this is the thing. What about Wagner soldiers elsewhere around the world? Right? Look, is it possible... Chat, welcome Mojo. Is it possible... This is going to sound really crazy, okay? But it's a crazy day. Is it possible for a company to turn into a country? It's a crazy thing to say, I know it. But is there anything stopping a company from turning into a country? Let me know. Let me know if I'm talking nonsense. Or do they just assume control of the country? Central America in the early 1900s. Were any states? And to what extent is Wagner actually separate to Russia, really? This would be like the East India Company disobeying like Britain and taking over India, right? Like not under Britain's orders. Henna says not in charge. Take over highly possible. Welcome Faz. Gotta feel sorry for the civilian population. Yeah, it's what you see in the top right here is just like it's not even shock. It's just it's happening so quickly that you don't have time to change your behaviour. I think. That's what I think it is. But the fact is that could have kicked off at any moment. Bullets flying, tank shells, like just any we call it a kinder keg or something. Historically, the East India Company was what started the British Empire. They can declare themselves a country, but UN must agree. Okay, well that's going to be difficult, isn't it? Sorry to hear that, Sandra. And to keep us updated on what's going on. Ra says Congo in the 1960s, mercenaries pulled off a successful coup. I guess band of mercenaries is just the fact it's a company or not isn't that relevant, is it? United Fruit Company taking over Honduras. I didn't know that. Alex saying hopefully this is the start of the end of the invasion. Adam confirming, yeah, technically they could form their own nation, but wouldn't be seen as one by the UN. Where did Wagner get all the weapons? Well, they were contracted by Russia to help in their invasion of Ukraine. It's more like BlackRock than East India. I don't know about that. I'm not sure BlackRock has any mercenaries, do they? Who thought today, this Saturday, was going to end up like this, honestly? Fights between supporters and opponents of Wagner. Let's get some sound on this. No sound. Whoa, what's going on here? Is that an old guy? Not what Wagner will want to see. Maybe this is before everyone started running. Maybe there were shots fired after this. Like, not clearance shots. Someone ended up on the floor there. Looks like kind of hooligan behaviour, doesn't it? Oliver saying Wagner is a multi-billion-dollar company. Is that true? Size 50,000. But a lot of that looks to be recent. I mean, post-Ukraine war, right? Do they have a valuation? Funding increased by 3 million. I mean, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? So-called Wagner Code of Honor. These include to protect the interests of Russia, value the honor of a Russian soldier. Incomplete saying seems like Wagner's ammunition shortage was just deployed to get more resources for the coup. Definitely has taken Russia by surprise, hasn't it? The fact that Putin's press release was just nothing. They own mines in Africa. Kind of, it's weird, isn't it? I know there's been lots of movies and games about this. Like in Call of Duty, like in GTA, about these private military groups. But I don't think they've ever really made the greater public conscious, have they? We've always just thought it's countries go against countries, but this is a country being invaded by its own private military force. But it's not that unusual to 1991 coup, is it? I don't know. Welcome Elvis in the house. Welcome Moise. Welcome Tento. The movie with Nick Cage. What, Lord of War? Lord of War's a bit different, isn't it? AFL flying under 500 feet. That must be a helicopter, surely. You got a closer. Got a closer. Is that a private as well? I don't know. Look at the route this plane's taking. Another one there and holding. Wow, that's going. These planes are close to this area. We got anti-air. Welcome, Fatty. Good, long time, Fatty. Very long time. Hope you're doing well. Is the Berlin Wall going to fall? Berlin Wall's already fallen. Just call me Dingo. Royal Australian Regiment. So when you're in the Royal Australian Regiment, were you trained against insurrection and coups? What were your rules of engagement if there was going to be a coup in Sydney? Sorry to the Empire, but this channel is just a channel, mate. Sorry about that. My bad for existing. Oh, nice one, Fatty. Yeah, that probably older footage. Maybe older footage, I don't know. But I think Rostov is kind of old news right now. We're more interested in what's going on up the road. So I kind of want to see if we get some footage of convoy up here. But you imagine these roads, like you wouldn't go out. I mean, there might be a full scale battle here, like armored columns, right? Oh, thanks, Larry. Helios. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant 450 feet. My bad. My bad. Can we check this reg? Do you have a location on that, Alex? You got a rough location? We can try and track it. Larry, I'm curious to know, when this is all over, whoever's in charge of this carrying Ukraine, well, whoever wins will want to consolidate strength and look strong. So presumably, yes. Have you heard the news about a riot taking place? I've seen the reports on that, but that's just something anyone could say, right? That's something anyone could say, frankly. Can I do a time check, by the way? Let us know in the chat. What time is it where you're watching? Because it is 2:20 here. So 4:20 in Moscow. Maybe St. Petersburg. Left VKO. Is it going to be in top tracks? What's that? Oh, whoa, that's a one of those transport planes, isn't it? That's not that unusual though. We've seen a lot of these before. Not that unusual. Thoughts on F1 23? Haven't played yet. I've downloaded it but haven't played it. I was meant to be playing it today and make some content, but let's see. 11:21 for Dingo. That's in Australia. 9:21 for Fatty. Sundra 4:21 Ukraine. Mojo 9:21. 4:20 for Dan. Romania. Marcella 3:21. Vincent 8:21. MBR 9:20. 9:20. 3:21 in the morning for Henny. Wow, where are you, Henny? 11:22 on East Coast. Are you, Henny? Are you in New Zealand or something? Where is the time there? That is crazy. Trell 9:21. Dan 9:22. Kate 2:22. Jeff 8:20 in Alabama. 11:20. Okay, yeah, we got that. Math of the Chance 8:20 in the morning. 3:22 for Vlatka. 4:22 for Ken. Darcy 3:22. 2004 Toyota Prius. Have I missed anything that's been said by either leader? Yeah, there was a response by Prigozhin. Yeah, we just saw that, Pilkey. Don't know what to make of that. Anyone got... What's the fast plane? Is it this one? Is this a plane absolutely balling it? I mean, it's a 4-jet engined cargo plane. Military cargo plane, right? Alpha same time here, okay. 8:22 in Texas for Gandalf. Matty 3:20. Yeah, better time, isn't it? Greece, Godspiros, Greece 4:23. Nikki 6:22 PM. Patiently 9:23 New York. Amazing stuff. We've got all the time zones. That's why I'm keeping the blind down. Because when I'm here, it's just, you know what I mean. Welcome, Mario. The plane is registered to Gazprom. Is this man trying to curry favour? Or could he be a plant? Would you plant someone? Would you just take someone from the APC, put a striped shirt and a cap on, and try and get that support? Would you do that? I don't know. G from I kept thinking, what would be China's response? Oh, your ally looks weak, doesn't it? Brandon, Putin has given formal orders to neutralise the rebellion and de facto kill Prigozhin. All hell is loose. is there going to be... They presume there's going to be a standoff somewhere. Perry said Wagner said Putin wouldn't recognise their victories. Man, this is crazy. But where on earth is this column? We've said up to 400 vehicles, but... What's this? Oh, there's more This is a Chechen, isn't it? Damn it, we need to get a flight radar subscription. You know, after we did the Ukraine streams, I never cancelled my flight radar subscription until, like, I think this year. I was always like, just in case I want to track some planes. Would you feel comfortable getting on a plane right now? So that's going to go south of Moscow. Welcome, Mario. Olivia says, kind of scary. This could never happen in China. You just don't know. You just don't know. When we were doing the Ukraine war stuff last year, we quickly noted from just everything we were assessing, like body language to press conferences to like that, it seemed like Putin was surrounded by people who were just going to say yes. And so it looked like he massively miscalculated, but no one was going to say no. And you can have these situations like in China as well. And that means situations can get out of control and you don't have these checks and balances. Not sure about China being close to economic collapse. Don't know about that one, mate. Not sure about that one, but... Drunk man clashing with Wagner fighters. Just scrapping. Look at this shopping centre. Avocado Queen Bar. Is he going for a scrap? Maybe this is what kicked it off. He's just looking for a scrap, isn't he? Only gets pulled away by someone else. Wow. Whoa, it gets a bottle almost to the face. The Wagner, these people, the Wagner operatives seem very clued up there on how to like diffuse that situation, right? Seem very clued up on how to diffuse it. Look at this guy. I mean, he might get dragged into the back of a vehicle, but look at the way they dealt with that. That's pretty slick operation, right? Does anyone think that's pretty slick, the way they've dealt with that so far? Now he's surrounded, so he can't really do anything. He hasn't got the space. Is that now one of his friends trying to take him away? He's saying, go with your friends. Wow. That could have kicked off massively, right? I want to have a look at some more of this body language here. Oh, okay, we'll go full screen. Can you see full screen? Have a look at some of this body language. From, see the way they walk away, but they kind of get on, you know. And there's one guy that comes out here that I think is like really got it under control. Not sure what's going on with the man with the... See the way that guy puts his gun away? Is it this one coming now? Oh, it's the guy walking quite authoritatively, isn't he? That one there. He never runs. This one, look, puts his arm out. Says, come with me, come with me. Now he's sort of trying to protect him. Or like, so that... Very... He looks like a negotiator or something, right? Look at the way that was diffused. Wow, that's pretty crazy. And now it's almost like he's surrounded, so they don't need to be too aggressive here because they could just, you know, restrain him at any moment. slap on the back of the head there. Because if you're running a coup, you don't want you want. We said earlier, you want to have the people looking comfortable. You want to be mixed in with the populace, right? Brando's saying, Kalikuski Regiment making a public announcement. Dingo says, Dingo, so you're Australian ex-military. What do you make of this? Look how casual that guy is with the cat backwards. Sandra, the kit on the Wagners is much better than what the regular Russian army uses. Look how many soldiers there are around as well. Look at how much he's got on his belt there. First aid, second pistol, and then loads of other stuff. Look, tiny little rucksack. Body armor front. Guy, yeah, what's the guy with the water bottles doing? What's water bottle guy up to? This is crazy. This could have gone any. This could have. Look, this could have led with him being shot, and it, you know, then all hell breaks loose, right? And also from a PR perspective, for Wagner, you'd imagine Russian government would be just, hey, this is what this. They are not on the side of the Russian people. This was a real critical moment in this coup, wasn't it? What's water bottle guy? Why does water bottle just absolutely launch a bottle at him? That guy's having some beers on the road, isn't he? There we go. Bonk. But this guy is so diffusing. Look, the way he doesn't break stride. He opens his palm, and he's physically he's just a bit taller. He looks strong as well. The columns in Lipetsk, well, that's what we've heard, yeah. You cannot truly comprehend the power of water bottle guy. Just anything else we can see in this clip? There's a guy just here randomly on a bike, electric bike. What do you think is blue? What's about blue? Did you get hit? You get slapped by that guy. I think this is a big win for Wagner, isn't it? Because they just look so in control here, and even at the end, it's like it's the populace that take this guy away. Perry looks like pro-Wagner civilian giving out water. Just trying to look at the body language of everyone around. Are people filming? Look at the way that guy just walks back as well. It's like, I'm not getting involved. This guy's got a big suppressor on his rifle. Oh, it's coming in out. Look at the way they deal with that guy on the left. Sort of take him away. Yeah, welcome. 1,200 people watching. Welcome everyone to the stream. We're just looking at this clip just come in of some guy. Looked like he wasn't happy at the Wagner soldiers, obviously. Maybe because they were balaclavas or something. But they just diffused it, like really important in a coup situation. Just let that time. Does he come all the way there? He comes all the way from there, look. Wow, look at it. He comes all the way here, storming out. This is kind of a weird angle, but imagine how that would look there, like, coming from such a long way, pointing it. Then you got people chilling here by the shopping centre. Do people look a bit uncomfortable? I don't know. There's a cyclist there. So you got this. Is this a soldier here that's going to retreat? He might be some conversation with someone there. I don't know if he's looking more to the street now. Does someone come out of the car? Looks like this guy's coming out the back of the truck. Now he's moving quite quickly. Look at the stance of this man. Now he's going to start to come backwards. Like, he comes backwards and goes into a more like passive stance, right? So he almost puts his gun down. It's like, I'm not going to shoot you. Moving backwards. He looks left, I think, to see what's going on around him. Now this guy's coming around the back, I think, of the truck. Where's water bottle guy? Do you think someone paid the Wagner leader off? I don't know, I think this is personal, seems. There's water bottle guy. See him there? This guy's still walking backwards. He's going right in the middle. Look at this, right of all these soldiers. It's mad. This is the guy that slaps him, isn't he? Isn't that the guy that slaps him in the end? Seems like Rostov may become a battleground. Yeah, considering that the Chechens are like on their way into Rostov, this could be, you know, what if this guy is some sort of suicide bomber or something? It's crazy, isn't it? See, at that moment, a lot of people stood up. Did you see? At that moment, it kind of got real. Or like a bit of movement. Again, he comes at this guy. This guy also goes back. It's the same sort of... Maybe this is their procedure in case of civilian sort of like angst or something. Just to... You just go backwards. You just keep going backwards. Keep going backwards. Going backwards. Turns his rifle actually the other way around. Look at that. He's not going to shoot in that position. Meanwhile, this guy doesn't have a balaclava on. He's one of the few people that doesn't have a balaclava. Is this the guy that he looks so casual right here? Like, he's just strolling around, just sort of getting his space, right? Now he has some sort of spat with the water guy. This guy might be having a beer. This guy's very casual. Now this guy's walking over quite purposely. That was quite a fast walk over. This guy here, look, he's coming in. And then this guy, where does this guy come from? Where does he come from? Whoa, hang on, where the hell does he come from? He comes from around the back. So where was he before? Is it not that guy, is it? Oh, is he having a cigarette and throws it? Is it this guy just having a cigarette? Bear with me, chat. And then he grabs him, so it's civilian on civilian, just as he's sort of surrounded. Throws him almost into this guy. Maybe this guy has to stop. Yeah, whoa, almost hits this guy with the gun. Look how close that is. So now he's out here and they all sort of turn and come towards him that way. This guy looks like he's grinning. Look, he's got some nice jacket and trousers. Crazy scenes, really. This guy's just on a bike. Then the bottle comes in. There we go. So he's launching it now. Incoming projectile. Welcome all new subscribers. It doesn't hit him, does it? Does it hit him? No. He says, right, you got my number. Threatens to throw another one. Now, this is the guy that comes into... I want to see, where has this guy been? Let's track this guy backwards. Is it this guy that I thought it was coming in quite coolly? Okay. Chat, is it this guy? Maybe, it might be. This guy to me looks like he's sort of in control. This one here. Hand out. You know, no weapon in the hand, like diffusing it. This guy's now walking backwards. He's got another bottle ready to go here. Puts it down, he's ready to have a scrap. Hand in the chest here, so he's saying no, 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 no. So again, he's sort of like defending him now. Look at all the soldiers here alert in the background. And now he actually is going to pull him back here. And this guy takes it away. No, thumbnails from 1991 coup. Boris Yeltsin. State Duma. Now they're having a chat. So he's getting grabbed on there really tight. He's trying to. This guy's trying to unpick his arm. It's quite interesting. Look. So he's got him there. So he can't do anything. It's interesting. Have a look what he does. This guy's right hand. He goes up and then he goes down and just checks his rifle. Just check. Is he just checking the safeties on there? Wagner votes to try. Has anyone got a location on Anyone got a location on latest where the convoy is? Checks his safety. Then this guy. I haven't seen this guy before, but interestingly, it's a non-uniformed person. If you were doing this and you knew you were doing a coup and you wanted to sit outside the shopping centre, town square, whatever, and have your tanks there and have the population come in and that's the sort of thing you want, would you not have people in civilian clothing able to pull people out and say support? Would you? That seems kind of obvious, right? What do we think, chat? Chat, if you were doing this, would you not have people like this guy could be a Wagner operative. It's quite obviously big and strong in civilian clothing. Ian said this is a show. What? Yeah, I'm not sure this is good news for anyone. We need to see how it plays out. Seems very casual here, being in the midst of all of these soldiers. Yeah. Let's do another roll call as well. 2,500 people watching the stream. Let us know in the chat what country you're watching from. Do exclamation mark nations. Let's do another check. Or could this whole thing be set up as well to show that someone came in and the support was against them. Could the whole thing be set up? Hang on, let's look at the whole thing again and see whether you think it could be set up. Florida, UK, Texas, New Zealand, Hungary in the chat, England, Australia, South Africa, Greenland, we'll get Netherlands later probably, but that's Germany, Norway, Portugal, Hong Kong in the house, UK, England, Illinois, Amal from India, Joshi from Italy. Isn't it quite high stakes if it's not staged? Or is it, okay, this is what we're going to do at, 2 PM. We're going to come in, I'm going to throw some bottles at you, and then we'll just take you away. Netherlands, Bali, Tennessee, Singapore too. Jacqueline and Incomplete from Singapore at the same time. Ronnie from Kenya. Thanks, Brandon. Ian from Australia. Hugo from Portugal. Simon from... Oh, it's going too fast. Sierra from Poland. Matty from Spain. Roger from China. Vlaka from Croatia, of course. Karen from Turkey. Lee from Manila. John Wick from El Kharaj, I don't know where that is. Mike from Netherlands. Wiz from Kenya. Liberia in the house. I think we've got pretty much every country in the world here. Honestly. Keith G, Thailand. Politic from Germany. Obi also from India. Gods from Greece. Do you think this has been set up with the person filming it as well? Welcome to all the subscribers, by the way. Jane from China. Mon DJ from Germany. Felipe from Portugal. LD from Switzerland. I'm now... Hang on. I don't... We've analysed this clip so much, but could it be fake? Not fake. Could it be staged? James from Djibouti. Simon Barcelona. Welcome along, everyone. Ian saying yes. Ian's been saying this is staged. Because it makes Wagner look really good, doesn't it? Let's be honest. Wagner come out of this clip looking really, really strong. Public support, competent. But saying, of course it's set up. Oh, I've got a chicken nugget here, by the way. Can I eat a chicken nugget on stream? Can I eat out of stream my chicken nugget? Mm. Right, Simon saying not staged. If you don't think it's staged, let me know what bit you're like, that's because of that it's not staged. Is there anything in here that you're like, because of that bit, this cannot be staged? He never gets punched, really. Oh, and he gets slapped at the end. Okay, what about a slap? Thanks, Scott, and thank you so much for 20 Danish kroner. Appreciate it. Very glad you're enjoying the streams. Thank you so much for the another donation. 2 days in a row. Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for the support. Really, really, really appreciate it. Absolute legend. Hero. Keith, not staged. Why risk other members of the public kicking off? Because it's high stakes, right? But if you do this, anyone else that's kind of actually... Oh, I don't like this. Then they're not going to come out and get slapped on the back of the head and have a water bottle thrown at them, are they? What do we think? Funky said the risk of staging this is could escalate rapidly. Rebel, I'm not sure if any bit makes me feel it's not staged, but I'm going to say Occam's razor is the simplest answer. What's that? Don't attribute to malice anything that could be incompetence or something. Asia saying it's not staged. Where does Slap Guy come from? Where's Slap Guy? Here's Slap Guy here. Get out of my way. Bonk. Let's get another look at the slap. There he is. He looks a bit like what's that Spider-Man movie with the guy, the evil boss that has those like metal arms. Not saying that's actually him, just saying kind of looks a little bit like that. Nutmeg, look around at how many people are filming it. Doubt it's staged. It's a little weird he slaps him and not a punch. True, true. Thanks, Brandon. Keep the updates coming in chat. Tahamina saying Bangladesh. I suspect you're not live, my friend. Dr. Octopus. Right, should we check out what else is going on? Oh, Stanislas with the 10 Swiss francs. Stanislas, thanks so much. The 10, that's a lot of money, 10 Swiss francs. Swiss francs are very valuable. Where is that again? This is in Rostov. We'll play it one more time from start to finish and then we'll go look at some other stuff. But thank you so much for the 10 Swiss francs. Really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you are enjoying the stream. Raider says everything fine here in Russia. Not sure about that from what we're seeing. A slap is an act of disrespect. That's probably why. Maybe. It's like in UFC when they slap someone. Soldiers just following orders. Welcome, Billy. Thank you so much, by the way, for the 10 Swiss francs. Stanislas, let me get some claps out for Stanislas here. Some good vibes. Very much appreciated. Goes a long way. Yeah, okay, I'm leaning back to not staged. I'm leaning back to not staged. I'm leaning back to not staged, but I do think that guy at the end in the blue shirt, he might be undercover. So, the way this blue guy comes in, from the body language, does it seem like they actually know each other? Look at blue shirt guy. This guy here. Like, what's the body language? Coming in there, that's quite ballsy, right? What's he got in his hand as well? The purse. Right, last year of the slap. We ready? Okay, there we go. Wow, what the hell is this plane doing? That's a crazy turn, isn't it? What's been going on? Wagner forces reach Yelets. Okay. Yelets here. What's the Google Maps saying? Any more roadblocks? So if they've reached Yelets, then maybe this is going to be... Why is there roadblocks here? Is it because it's quite a big junction? Might be a raised junction here or something. Yes, he's suspicious. 4,000 people watching, by the way. Welcome along to this live stream of just very historic day. We've been following it all the way through. Road blockade broken through by... Whoa, these are the trucks. Hang on a second. These are the trucks. We saw these trucks, right, full of sand. Thanks, guy. Wow, how have they done that? And who is this recording from a military truck, it looks like? So has that been tanks pushed in or something? Yeah, this might be it, Henny. Whoa, does that mean tanks at the front of the convoy? Or could it be APCs? 3 hours away from Moscow. Anyone know which road... Hang on. Chat. Look at this. Okay, it's raised up. Is there a road under here? Look at this. Is there a road under here? Is that potentially this roadblock? Could it be this roadblock? Can we get some shadow analysis? Let's say that's coming now. So let's say it's 5 o'clock in Russia. In summer. Where are the shadows? The shadows are going... So you'd expect the sun to be in the west, right? Northwest? So you expect the shadows to be the southeast? But these shadows are going north. Hang on, chat. We got 4,000 people watching. We can work this out. Let's look at the shadows on this clip. Well, the sun might be quite high here.
Дорогу, видимо, пытались
Can we see the
перекрыть на
shadows?
Москву. Вагнера
Is there a shadow there? Look at that being rammed off. These are the trucks that they sped down with sand in them. You think there's a road? That looks like this is a junction.
видимо,
Won't clicking Street View do it? Hang on. Is there Street View here? Are they the same lampposts? No. Maybe. No. They're similar, but that one's got two. Where's the actual... No, this isn't enough of a junction, is it? What about a previous junction like that? Some sort of crossing. No, it needs to be bigger, but... I don't know, it gives this vibe of this sort of road. Look at the width of the line. Hang on. What's this little junction here? Chat, let me know. At me in chat. Welcome everyone, by the way. That's looking the other way. Now that's a toll. Well, that is a proper checkpoint. Look at this. Is it a toll road? What about this? No, this is because they're going on top, aren't they? Oops. Nope. Let me keep it going on repeat so you can see.
раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй. В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй. Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бой нахуй. Дорогу, видимо, пытались
What about the
перекрыть на
shadows,
Москву.
chat? Anyone got a shadow
Вагнера,
ideas?
видимо, расхуячили. Раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй.
Have a look there, like they're going over.
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй.
Is it a bridge?
Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бой нахуй.
There is a sign to the right. Let's have a
Дорогу,
look.
видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера,
see.
видимо, расхуячили. Раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй.
Yeah, great shout on the sign. Hang on. Can anyone see that sign? Enhance. You wait. Full screen won't make a difference. I think. That's all you've got. Check cam from top of bridge. Hang on. Ooh, help me out, chat. Which one? The very first one? Like here. Huh? No, but these have two. There's two of these in the middle, look. And there's no verge. This road splits, doesn't it? This road splits. Look. It's dual carriageway, but it's wide.
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера,
Look, there's a big valley in the middle. Unless they built something after. No, that's quite a big gap in the middle. It needs to be somewhere where
видимо,
there's quite a big
расхуячили.
gap.
Раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй. В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй. Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бойно.
Look at the gap between the two roads here. Also, we need to work out. We can work it out from the shadows, kind of what the orientation is. Welcome, Habibi Putra.
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили, раскатали, блядь.
Like, because if they're going around the corner, we could work it out. Hang on, whoa, 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 hang on, whoa.
Закрыто.
Whoa.
А в эту видали?
Look at the shadow here.
В ту сторону. Гуслями нахуй.
Right. Is that a shadow going that way, or is it hard to tell? It's a solid white line, no exit. Look at the name of the river on the video. Is this a bridge here? Nah, still too narrow. Icarus River. Damn it, it was there all along. Icarus River. This is south of Voronezh. Wow, okay, south of Voronezh. So, Icarus River. Icarus. Is that the Icarus? No. This is the town of Icarus. Chat, that's Icarus there. The sun is behind the truck, okay.
В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили, нахуй. Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бойно.
Is it the M4 then, or is it... Where's Icarus River?
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили, раскатали, блядь.
I think it's a river bridge, not a road bridge. Okay, yeah, that makes
В ту
sense.
сторону закрыто.
So where did it go over a
А в
river?
эту видали, что натворили, нахуй.
Icarus.
Расхуярили.
Hang on. Hang on. This is it. High five, everyone. Get your high fives out in chat because we just actually geolocated that. Congratulations, everyone. We did it. We did it. We'll try and follow it through exact space. So he's got the one pin. Wow, so they pushed that one into that truck into that verge. Is that the blue sign?
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву.
Oh, Stanislav, thanks so much for the 20 Swiss francs. My word, Stanislav, thank you so much. The Wagner Group announced the additional part of the Russian Army's Lipetsk region available left the camp and joined the military branch. Wow, they're getting momentum on their way up to Moscow. Thank you so much, Stanislav. Please give yourself some claps in chat. And for Stanislav for the donations and us working it out. Absolutely insane that we've been able to do this. Thank you so much, Stanislav. 2 donations, Swiss francs. Very generous. I really, really, really appreciate it. Absolute hero. This is crazy right here. Absolutely crazy right now. 2 hours from Moscow. Oh, look at the claps coming out in chat. What a community, everyone. So this might be, you know they were talking about a convoy yesterday. This might be the convoy that came down, and this is how far they got. Is there an echo? Is there a longer echo than before? Was my brain switched on? Same blue sign. Flight radar, something on flight. Let's check out flight radar. There's about 260 miles. Yeah, and that we think they've gone a lot further than that. Anything unusual? Not that I can see. Okay, so that is confirmed. Icarus River. Geolocated. That, I mean, they did say it in the tweet as well, but we didn't read it. We did it the hard way. Did long division. Welcome, Grumper Gaming Guy. Greetings from Oregon. I was active army stationed in West Germany from 87, 89. War came down. What was it like mixing with the civilian population? What was the difficulties, and did it ever heat up? What was it like when the wall came down? Onkel, I'm guessing Russian soldiers joining Wagner. Yeah, that's what Stanislas has let us know. In Lipetsk. But Lipetsk is way ahead, by the way. Lipetsk is here. So you look at the region. This is this region here. And we heard they're by Yelets. So maybe from this footage, maybe they've just been able to blow past these barricades. Elvis was in Germany 89, just missed the fall. Wow. It's not Ukraine pushing into Moscow, this is Russia's private military. We have another chicken nugget.
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бойно. Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили. Раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй. В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили?
There's a reason many of us like taking project. Yeah, I mean,
раздвинули, и
the whole thing
дальше
is
пошла. Бойно.
bad news upon bad news upon bad news, right?
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву.
Welcome, Willow.
Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили.
Whoa, Brandon, where are you getting that? Entering Moscow Oblast.
В ту сторону закрыто.
Where is
А в
that
эту
coming
видали,
through
что
from?
натворили?
2 hours away. Is that coming in now?
Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла.
Stuff is about to get real. Stuff is about to get real here.
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть.
Because look, we're seeing they're just going through these barricades.
Видимо, расхуячили, раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй.
Barb and okay, this is coming through Barb and Narevo. Where's Barb and Narevo?
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бойно.
Have they crossed the Oka River yet?
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву.
Let me know,
видимо,
chat.
расхуячили, раскатали, блядь.
2 hours drive from Moscow. If that's a 6 hour drive, you reckon that would be about 2?
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули, и колонна дальше пошла. Бойно. Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву.
We all think it's going to be something major. I bet any money they sit down. This is the thing. Are they going to roll through? Are they going to be waved in?
В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили. Дорожников раздвинули.
Someone let me know where that
колонна
is
дальше пошла. Бойно.
on the. Is that on the Oka River?
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили.
400 units, 4 separate columns. Remember, 1991 was also 400.
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили.
Oka Bridge is going to be. This is going to be surely a big checkpoint.
Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву.
Chat, anyone know where they are?
Видимо, расхуячили, раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй. В ту сторону закрыто. А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй?
PMC did not enter Voronezh itself. They went round the
колонна
east.
дальше пошла. Бойно. Дорогу, видимо, пытались перекрыть на Москву. Вагнера, видимо, расхуячили, раскатали, блядь. Гуслями нахуй.
Where is Babin
В ту
Renevo?
сторону закрыто.
You have to try and do that, LD.
А в эту видали, что натворили нахуй? Расхуярили.
Where is it?
Дорожников
Here we go.
раздвинули,
This is
колонна дальше
1991.
пошла. Бойно.
Look, Boris Yeltsin on the tank. This is 1991. Boris Yeltsin, who became the president of Russia, massive constitutional crisis. This is still Soviet Union. I believe, if I get my timelines right. Look, TV camera. Is this what we're going to see today? Are we going to see Prigozhin on a tank? Because that's a show of force, right? You're like in front. Is in front of the Duma here. Got to keep it English in chat. English in chat, please. Mods will be all over it. Inkling saying 6-hour drive time. Some people saying 2 hours, some people saying 6 hours. Also, you've got to do convoy speed, but this convoy is rolling. Look at this. This convoy is absolutely rolling through, and it must have been tanks or something have dealt with that. This is real. Grumpy, remember when the picture was taken? What was it like? What was the vibe like, Grumpy, when that was taken? Follow M4 north. Yeah, look at the blocks here. So where, chat, I'm sorry for being really slow, but where are they? Ah, is it here? Barabanevo. Is that it? So they're about to hit these big blocks. I mean, they're basically there. So have they gone through these roadblocks? They've gone through all of these roadblocks. That is crazy. Surely they can't be there. That must be some miscommunication. But this, this has to be huge. Because how are they going to get across that? Surely the Russians will blow the bridge, right? Fox News saying Russia's engaged in the convoy. If that's the case, I'm sure we'll hear about it. I was in Pershing too. Oh wow. That video was taken a couple of hours ago. That makes sense because that's... But again, the convoy will stretch, right, and allow the supply chain. It's just crazy. This is... Russia is being invaded. This is an invasion of Russia. Look how much ground they're making. Because it's a coup, so they're not being stopped. You know? They've already made more progress than on the first day they would have gone to Kiev in the war. You can see tank tracks on the road. Let's have a look. Can you see the tank tracks here? Just remember, Prigozhin is also the enemy. Yeah, I mean, consequences are... I haven't even got there yet. Druso is saying Putin was threatening to throw up 3 bridges. No worries, actually in America. But yeah, this is an iconic photo. I'm actually going to duplicate that one. Because I wonder if we'll see something similar. That's what we've just seen there. This may be Moscow. But again, are they actually going to do anything? Is anyone actually going to fire on your own? What was that movie we were talking about last night? What's that movie with Sean Connery? Where it's like you don't want to fire on your own shoulders, but then it does, and then it's just horrendous. Because once it all kicks off. Heavy smoke in Pavlovsk. Yeah, that's what we were talking about that a few hours ago. Maybe a helicopter went down. That might have been near where the fuel depot was as well. Reckon Saba? Nah, it's not Red October. It's not the submarine one. It's the one where there's a private military commander who is unhappy with the way his troops have been treated. And then they go to some island. They go to some island and then they what do they do? They issue some demands against the US government, and then the US government calls their bluff, and then it just the guy didn't want it all to happen, but it all happened. The Rock, that's it. It's a bit like The Rock, isn't it? Honestly. Military commander, unhappy with the way his troops have been treated, bites the hand that feeds a little bit, but it all gets way out of control. Prison Island. Isn't that the essence of what this is really? But it's just, you can see how it's spiraled out of control. Your best. Yeah, that footage is crazy, isn't it?
Стою перед Чепуинским районом.
They're literally digging up the road. Are they digging up a road here? This could be anything, but let's Can we geolocate this? Is that too difficult to geolocate? Oh, chat, can we geolocate that? Is it a critical road? Is it a dual carriageway that's split or something? What's going on there? Welcome, Lee. Very similar. But for a country at war, Russia has sure let Wagner cover some miles. Crimson Tide is kind of similar. Russian Orthodox Church going in. He's saying location, okay.
Как домой ехать, не знаю.
North of Voronezh. Is it on the M4 though? It's only single carriageway here, isn't it?
Перед Чепуинским районом. Короче, все.
But there's no dotted lines. Has the road actually
Нам
split?
больше не проехать. Как домой ехать, не знаю.
Where's the other bit of the road? Is there any dotted line in the middle? There's some track racing. There's some infrastructure there. Are these live videos? They're, yeah, pretty much.
Стою.
Read that the CSTO. What's CSTO, Lakers? Donald saying Chechens about to make contact with Wagner in Rostov. We don't know. That's allegedly what was happening. But that would be vehicles coming out of Ukraine into Russia, right? It's just a rotation being blown up to be something it's not. Is it on the M4? This is the M4, Anthony. It's not Bristol, but it is the M4. Can you make a still on the number plate on the Lada?
Перед Чепуинским районом. Короче, все. Нам больше не проехать. Как домой ехать, не знаю.
Is that enough for you for area code? Can you see that? Looks like a 03 something 5, I don't know. Nancy, Russia seems impotent, claim a great... That's the thing, Russia looks very weak right now. Very weak. Brandon with some more news. Mounting call for mass protests. We will see. What do you do if you're a civilian in these circumstances? It's on the right, but blurred. Nah, sorry, don't think we've got the quality. This isn't CSI. He's saying he can't even get home due to roads being digged. Let me just have another chicken nugget because these are going to get cold. We don't want to waste them. Is this better quality? This might be better quality. Hang on.
Короче, все. Нам больше не проехать.
Barbecue sauce.
Как домой ехать, не знаю.
Right. Is that an area code? Let's go for another geolocate. You can see here, is there a little runoff here at the back? Is that like a rest road or something? So that's from Lipetsk. Okay, is that the Oblast code? Man, I don't know how we're going to geolocate this, but can you see this thing there? Is that a road? Was that a roadside or something in Russia? All right, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Man. So we thinking around here. No, I'm not going to microwave. I don't even have a microwave actually, to be honest. Yeah, we'll keep the stream going. Don't worry. Chat, what's going on with this road? Okay, there's dotted lines, so it's single track. Does the M4 ever go single track? Not single track, you know what I mean. Is it on the M4 even? Or could it be like... Could it be like this as like an alternate route? Do we need shadows? Bro, it's geography, look at the map. Hang on, do we need shadows here?
Стою перед
It's a bit overcast.
Чепуинским районом.
Can you tell shadows from the clouds? No, Cesar.
Короче, все.
Trucks. Chat, I'm not sure we can get this one. I don't think we can get this one.
Нам больше не проехать. Как домой ехать, не знаю.
I'm not sure we can get this. North of Tula. Tula's really not... No, but that won't be in Lipetsk, will it? That'll be in different oblast? Or is that still the same oblast? I don't know. Yeah, trying to locate. I honestly don't know how we can get this. Unless there's a specific place where it goes to a single road, so they were like, okay, at that point we're going to dig it up because they can't go on the other side of the road. That's the only thing I can think of. And this stuff in the background is quite weird. Chat, I think this one we won't be able to do. Unless it's like on the M2. No. Or here. Let's just go on a random bit and see what the scenery's like. Nah, it's massive. It's massive. Right, we'll have to let that one go. No call sign. What's that? Okay. Whoa. That's that one we saw earlier. Bit of a weird flight plan, isn't it? And that's a different one. Check and choose right. Yeah, that's what we saw. Let's refresh. Digging up the roads. Right. What's going on here? Welcome everyone, by the way. How do you wear these headphones? Street Fighters have broken out. Well, we saw a video that we analysed. What's happened since last night? They're getting a lot closer to Moscow. It's happening. It's a matter of how many hours. What's the importance of tracking the flights? maybe people going out of Moscow, maybe military flights. We talked a lot about transponders and stuff yesterday. Can you make the map a little bigger? So I've got so many things on the screen here. Just keep language clean. How close they are to Moscow top G? We think they could be as far as, let me get this right, the river. Pretty much around here, approaching it. So getting really, really, really close. What's the feeling of Russian citizens? I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, thanks on Kalma. Putin reported to be flying to St. Petersburg. We tracked a few flights, but I think he was reported also as being in Moscow. 471984 says, why have they not encountered any defense? Because it's how do I say it? It's about legitimacy here. They are saying that they are really the representatives of the Russian people. And it's Russians on Russians, and it's no, you don't want to shoot your own people. Am I being denounced? Am I being denounced? How will I survive? Are there any cameras around where it's happening? We'll continue to track the footage. I've been ruined. I've been ruined in chat. Let's see anything else that's coming in. Obviously getting ready in Moscow. Saw quite a few helicopters earlier. Do you know what the dotted line is for? Dotted line is just lanes. What's the sum 9107? We don't know, to be honest. We don't know. Exactly, as Incomplete says, in the midst of uncertainty, no one knows who's in control. No worries, Kathy. Appreciate it. Just trying to keep everything. Oh, Sukhoi 34 as well. But we've seen that the Wagner troops have shot down helicopters before. Well, doing mines, anti-tank mines. You think, why don't the Russian forces mine the roads, right? Because it's something you could do in advance and the bureaucracy would allow it. You don't need to actually fire any bullets at anyone. You could just lay the mines and then you're sort of done. In the same way you can get someone to dig up the road, you can get someone to lay down mines. MG says ID 96581 just vanished. Don't know which flight that was. David says, what are the chances Wagner wins? Honestly, at this stage, I feel like they have the momentum. We haven't seen them encounter any real resistance anywhere. And I think the longer it goes on, the more momentum and sort of like legitimacy they gain. Gandalf, this all happened too fast. When it moves quickly, it moves really, really, really quickly. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on in Rostov, but the story's almost moved on past Rostov. It's now about Moscow. Would it even matter too much if they had to withdraw from Rostov? Flat, can you sub? Definitely not. Black is not new to these streams. Killing me. What's the state of the convoy? We don't know for sure. However, it could be anywhere. Where's the highest we heard it? Where's this? Is it as high as here? Like it's crazy. No, sorry, not that high. Not that high. We heard it could be as high as here, which to me seems too far advanced. Drusha does a new sub. What's the USA doing? Probably just watching. Probably watching the stream. Russian fighter jets. Oh yeah, this is the footage of the helicopter using flares. You can actually see the trace, right? Can you see that? You can see the trace of the missile from the ground.
Это 28-й все-таки?
Can you see it there? Plume of smoke?
Пошел! А он еще и ловушка!
Whoa. Have a look at this. I'll pause it. There you go. I don't know if we can geolocate that, but can you see there? Brian, I feel like I'm part of the old Chinese proverb, may you live in interesting times. Donald, Rostov is a logistical centre for the entire south. Yeah, it's leveraged then, isn't it? It's leverage, right? So he sees... So I don't know if you get a warning in the helicopter that a missile's launch being detected. But from the launch of the missile to launching the flares is very quick, isn't it? Thousands of Russians are waiting at the train station to flee from Rostov. Yeah, it might get ugly there. Yeah, this is a few hours old, but just it's actually quite a long time, I would say, till the flares go. Just right there. I don't know if that's a rocket there. Can you see a pixel like there? And then that's the missile. Does it actually impact a flare or something? No, it goes through. Crazy. Telegraph is watching us. Welcome to Telegraph journalists. Sherry says it's usually indicating the helicopter when locked on. Okay. Anyone know what type of rocket that is? Crazy. I mean, this is over non-restricted airspace as well. Like, you could have passenger jets flying up here and stuff. Pretty crazy. It's a man pad.
Это 28-й все-таки? Пошел! А он еще и ловушка! Это 28-й все-таки?
What's the purpose of the convoy? Is to roll into Russia, presumably to... Well, this is the actually interesting thing, okay? So in 1991, it was all about... This was Duma and stuff like that, so like political apparatus. But here, are they going to go to the Ministry of Defence? Is that where they're going to go? Are they going to try and de-escalate in that way and not go to the Kremlin, not go to the Duma? I mean, what do you do if you're a I guess it's a Saturday, right? So they wouldn't necessarily be in Parliament and stuff like that. It was a vehicle launch, okay. Formula One was in Spain when that coup happened. Gandalf say might be a Panzer. Does it sound okay, by the way? Because I'm all the way over here sometimes. Let me know if it's okay. 2,500 people watching, so it must be passable. Museums near the Kremlin are being evacuated. Well, we saw all public events have been cancelled. Anything coming in and out that's should be tracking? Where's that headed over Moscow? Not sure why that one's particularly interesting. I'm more interested in the private jets that are sort of going around. I bet these flights are full. I mean, look at this plane. It's literally over, like, where they have anti-air. Oh, good with sound. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Vlatka Formula Juan. I think there is a very interesting documentary. I think it's on, someone says on Vice or Vox or something. David, you would be leaving to a very long distance right now. Hobby J, I'm pretty sure, regardless about Saturday, Russian politicians, but there won't be a full session, if that makes sense. So there won't be any politics about not being there or being there. New law was signed into effect today, allowing 30-day detention. Yeah, presumably it's martial law in Moscow. That's a crazy flight. These are crazy flight plans. Surely Russian air traffic control, you need to restrict that airspace, right? I mean, I just find this a bit crazy. I mean, where's this plane come from? From Georgia. Georgia to Minsk. Has to go around this. This is the restricted flight. You can see it's like a spine, but that needs to be expanded now, for sure, right? Where do you flee as Russian citizens? I don't know. Actually, in America says I need to. Oh, whoa. Okay, hang on. Is this Wagner versus Chechens? What do we think? Allegedly Wagner versus Chechens, but very hard to make out what's going on. Let me have another chicken nugget. Trying to make out the Chechens often have they have long beards, don't they? Or maybe not long beards, but they have beards. Let's see if we can see. Looks like there's two of them here. Again, look at the body language of this guy, sort of keeping an outlook. Moy says Belarusian president plane seen headed from Moscow and turned back. Okay. Welcome, Shane. These are just off Twitter. Can we see what's going on? Why is there two of them? Are they holding a guy here and does he escape? No, they've got guns up, look. These guys have got guns up. Then there's something else goes on here. Where does this guy come from? Yeah, that was a few hours ago, DJ. Wagner Group, no, Wagner Group are definitely in Rostov. Chat, where does that second guy come from? Hang on. This guy's just standing here. This is like a computer game. He's just standing here, and then he gets engaged. What's going on? This guy's just standing here, and I'm sure he's the one that, yeah, the nuggets are cold. Cold chicken nuggets. These are the things I do for you, chat. This is what we do. What's he doing? He looks like he might have a Chechen-style beard. Can we see? Can we see that? Brandon, a couple of hours away. 2 hours away being reported. Move closer to Moscow. Okay. Oh, sorry to that, engineer. Don't feel under pressure to do a super chat, my friend. Get yourself a nice I don't know. What do people spend money on? Chicken nuggets. What happens here? How does he end up in this scrap? Oh, he said something. Look. Now he's sort of pleading. These might not... Maybe they've been confused for Chechens. Maybe they're ethnically Chechen and therefore they're being rounded up. I don't know. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Nah, I'm good. You know when you think you need to sneeze and you don't? That just happened to me. How long have you been covering this? A long time. So, yeah, maybe that's what's going on. He doesn't look like a soldier, I don't know. Then before you know it, bonk, he's down on the floor as well. His day just got a lot worse. There's no audio from the video. Yeah, there isn't. There just is not audio from the video. He's not minding his aim. He looked very casual and confident. He was just, this doesn't involve me. I'm just going to stand here with my liberty, and then he's on the floor with AK-74 in his face. By the way, what is this guy wearing? A mask or goggles? Is that guy wearing some sort of ski goggles or something? They're driving around with a Z on their car. Oh, good spot. Good spot on the car. Who was that in chat? Bert Bertson. That's why you remember with eyesight like that. The Z is, that was the insignia when they invaded Ukraine. And it's now a red Z for Wagner. Ballistic goggles. Okay, so they're driving around in their Z car. Being searched. Maybe this is the... You know, the Chechens are coming in and, you know... Okay. Have you been covering Ukraine war? Yes, we have been covering Ukraine war. We've done many streams on the Ukraine war. That's an old interview there. Wagner a couple of hours away. Not sure there are news. There might be some sort of, like, I don't know. There might not be like a 100% news outfit. At this speed, Wagner will be in Moscow in less than 2 hours. That, I don't know. What's the ETAs in the chat, by the way, on Moscow? Because 2 hours to me seems... The thing is, time is flying, though. Man, I have so much work to do. Oh, crack on. Let's get a poll up. Polls are dangerous. We could do a poll. Welcome back, Mo. They could do a poll. But they also cover a bit of the chat, which means it's harder for me to keep track of the chat. Actually saying 3 to 4. First, Wagner's already arrived at the Moscow border. It's a bit of a weird flight plan. I would not be flying over there, 100%. Any other little private jets we can see? Anything coming in from St. Petersburg? It's a matter of hours, Devere says. Anthony, Moscow police saying auditing at Moscow border. John saying this is going to be over in 24 hours. I am inclined to agree one way or the other. Elvis saying his plane left northbound and turned off transponder. Kareem, remember that a military convoy does not move at the same speed as a normal car. Plus with roadblocks, I doubt it will be less than 4 hours. Actually saying 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, Sky News, BBC, they'll all be a little bit behind because they need to really verify their stuff. We kind of see what's coming and we just think about it, but we will get it wrong. They will do a higher level of verification than we do. Nice, this could not end well. Yeah, completely agreed. Why don't Russia just wipe the convoy out? Because they don't want to. They want the convoy to stop of their own accord, but it's not going to happen, is it? Josh has got a 1 hour detention. We've all been there, Joshy. As they're saying, Wagner has several groups. Mods doing all their stuff. And this is why you don't have a private contractor. Yeah, it is the risk, isn't it? It is the risk. This is search Moscow, see Moscow latest. You'd expect as they get closer to Moscow, more populous, more news. Decent just searches here. Need to press latest now. Latest is too we would no. Very quickly, if something's legit, it will pop at the top of top. I got some stuff in the background as well. Just checking here. Man, this fan is drying my eyes out. Got another angle of the helicopter avoiding an anti-air missile. Let me have a look, see if this is okay to show. Whoa! Holy moly. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Yeah, is the internet down as well still? This is the helicopter that took out the fuel depot. Quite an aggressive bank. Wow. My word. Isn't it crazy footage like this? Good camera work as well. Look how soon it is from the flares. Is that an do the flares go automatically? Do you sort of activate them and then they go? Because that's really not a long time. And can anyone identify now what sort of missile that is? That is a really close call, isn't it? Jay, those are countermeasures. They were late. They do. So they do go automatically. Okay. What happens if Russia falls? Don't know. I think how many time zones there are in Russia. How many sort of like different indigenous populations and whatnot. Very close call. Let me see what's going on in on the rest of Reddit. Bear with me. Make sure we get the latest here. Kerem, I was a Stinger gunner when I was in the army. The rotation of the missile is clearly an Igla. Okay. Is that a man portable one? Well, apparently Chechens are expected to arrive within an hour in Rostov. Within an hour. I don't know. Maybe these are people that were heading, you know, going ahead. Maybe they're these sort of, what are they called, saboteurs? Mo doesn't see Prigozhin as a leader. Moisin Collins pass Barbara. If they pass Barabanov, that is crazy. And why haven't we seen more footage of these massive columns? Oh, it's portable, okay. There's another video of them digging at roads. Yeah, we've seen that. Looked to be like a not a dual carriageway though. Unmarked Boeing is going to land in St. Petersburg. How many soldiers does Chechen have? We don't know actually. Where's the unmarked Boeing? Can we find it? This one. So who do we think is on this? Prigozhin may ignite. Yeah, you might have other people that are sort of jostling, you know? Do you think the American UK behind this? No, I don't, but I don't know too much. WinTube saying line of Chechen vehicles over 2 kilometers long. I don't know if that's really long for a column or not. Do you think the Chechens will just, they won't care, they just want to get stuck in, for lack of a better word? Are they going to be less organised than Wagner though? Is it going to be Wagner versus the Chechens in Rostov? What a weird... Wow. Kadyrov has 60k free for fighting. But where are they? Brandon saying unknown convoys in Moscow. Okay. Let's see anything else going on. Let's actually, as we get closer to Moscow. Oh, what was this? Or maybe the Oka River. Kremlin, that was, yeah, a long time ago, closed. Ah, look, these are the trucks. That's how they're doing it. Right, so those trucks, but as we've seen before now, we know that the Wagner convoy can just blow through them. Moy's saying 4 columns moving in. Conqueror saying there's still preparations for siege. Mo Ali Kadyrov is loyal to Putin as they already fought them and he's got Chechnya. The clashes will start soon as they've had enough time to stand down. The 1991 coup was all live TV. Did CNN exist back in 1991? Brad saying Chechen forces are light compared to Wagner. I mean, what we're seeing, the Wagner troops there look very well equipped, right? Very well equipped. Russia's history is wild, yeah. What was it? Gorbachev, Perestroika, fall of that, Yeltsin, then Putin. All of that United Russia stuff. Leah said this can go 3 ways. Yeah, we saw that, Karim. That was from basically yesterday in Rostov. That was the first bit of this. Oh yeah, feel free to hit that like button. How many likes have we got? Is it 900 or 99? I can't tell. I don't know. Is it? Maybe it's 99 likes. CNN with Big then. Okay. Yeah, so that's the blockade. It's just parking up loads of trucks filled with sand. But it looks like Wagner can just go through them. That's what it looks like. Oh, 931. Oh, wow. Probably hit a K. This is Moscow just come in 1 minute off this account, but we don't know the timing. This must be Russians going south, right, to meet it. Surely? This looks different to the convoys we've seen from Wagner. White Vs, unless you see a red V on these. Police as well. This must be Russians going down, right? What do we think? Martial law in Moscow, I'm not surprised. How long is streaming for? We'll stream as long as I can go, frankly. Look at these big vehicles. Look at the clearance they have under these. Chat, do we think this is Russian forces going south? That's what I think. Maybe down to the Oka River? Thanks, Blacker. Thanks for keeping. I bet the LPH on is insane here, isn't it? Yes, he's come from Rostov. This is in Moscow though, Moscow region. Reminds me of Russian Civil War and COD Modern Warfare. I can't remember that, unfortunately. I did get the new Modern Warfare, but I can't remember the story of that one. Can you show the link or description? Yeah, it says it was just like movements in Moscow region. I don't think it started World War III, but it's a crazy turn in what we just don't know where it's going to go. Looks like Russian Police Defense Force. Do I think bigger? What do you mean bigger bombs? This is a mutiny, not a coup. I don't know. If they stopped at Rostov, I think it would have been a mutiny. But they've literally gone all the way from basically Sea of Azov to Moscow in a day. Wagner using engineer vehicles, okay. Oh, nice one, Don Selman. Nice one, everyone. By the way, we've almost hit 100,000 views on the stream. 100,000 people have been in, which is just mad. I'm just sitting here next to my rig. Mutiny's a ladder. This channel is unreal. This fortress plan, is that the lockdown plan? So they must have a plan. The National Guard, the city and everything. This is what happens if we come under attack. We go to these barricades. But they probably never really expect to enforce it, right? Let alone against your own people. It's a good point, Renato. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go when they go to Moscow? Are they going to go to the Ministry of Defense? Are they going to go to Kremlin? Are they going to go to Duma? Now, to keep everyone updated, so when Prigozhin made the statement yesterday, when he went to Rostov, he said, look, bring me Shiogu, bring me Gerasimov. And then Putin just didn't acknowledge that at all in his statement, so Prigozhin went back and said, right, that's it, and you're no longer going to be president. So it has moved on. It has moved on from that. And I become a current. We've always been current affairs a little bit. Thanks, Nick Bear. Coleso saying Putin has fled away already. We don't know. I think there was some reports that he was still in Moscow, but I tell you what could end up really bad, right? Bad, I don't know what the word is, but let's say they go into Moscow and let's say they go unopposed. There isn't even a shot fired because no one wants to escalate it, no one wants to light the match. And then Prigozhin does a video in Red Square in the Kremlin, and it's like, well, Putin's not here. Do you know what I mean? Then that's really. But Putin just looked weak. He looked weak in his statement. Not like, I don't know about physically weak or anything, but just the statement was a weak statement in that context, I thought. Yeah, Terraform, he's ballsy for sure. Edwin's watching from Kenya, very nice. Column on the Oka River, can we get any confirmation from that? We just searched Oka, couldn't see anything. As soon as they hit the Oka and get over it, it's done. If they get over the Oka River, it's just done. That's what I think. Conqueror, anyone know how many troops? We don't actually know how many troops in the column. We were told about 30,000, but 30,000 is way too many than you could fit in a column here, right? LPH above, yeah, above 400. The LPH, so we can't count it. Yeah, that was the white V. But we've seen some of the Wagner ones with a white V as well. Don't know if we can get any shadows here and confirm it's going southwards. Barbara, he isn't against Putin. Well, have you read what he's been saying recently? Killing me most of all the vehicles, not all of them have Vs on them, white Vs. Putin can't even form a government in exile. Yeah, Putin is in a real corner here. I haven't engaged with this because even when we're doing Ukraine streams, but a lot of people have been talking about nuclear weapons. If you're that weak, right, realistically, even if you gave the order, it wouldn't happen, right? That we may be at that point already where if Putin gave the order for nuclear weapons in whatever capacity, it just wouldn't happen. What do we think? Exactly. No, Jay Sanchez has got it. He gave Putin the out. He said, "This is what I want. Bring me your generals." And Putin didn't acknowledge it and said no. So the off ramp was not taken. Yeah. When are we going to get the next sort of video from Prigozhin? Yeah, and you're right. It's a very good point you make there, Azza. He can still, but that would be a massive climb down. He had a choice yesterday in a statement to say, look, the generals have done a really bad job. Like, this mutiny is unacceptable completely. But there was no bloodshed, I think, at that point. I think generals did a bad job, so we're going to sort this out, and I'm going to take control of everything directly. I'm going to speak to Prigozhin. Don't be alarmed, anyone, and then de-escalate it. But that's obviously not his style. Take that top domino, the rest fall. It depends now if general population will support Putin or Prigozhin. Yeah, well, we saw that stuff on the streets of Rostov, right? Interesting, I heard this morning there were two columns, one 50 miles long. Oh, I don't know about 50 miles long. That's a very long column. And I think we would have seen, at the most we've seen is a 100 vehicle column, which actually wouldn't, 100 vehicle column I don't think would cut the mustard. Nitbear, Putin is a coward. Any chance of being humility and Katy will flee, but to where? Ron, something's not right. Enemies rolling troops only. Where are the cruise missile airstrikes? Well, they've got anti-air stuff. We saw anti-air going to helicopter. Congestion of 50 miles, not the whole convoy. Yeah. Would be crazy to nuke your own country. That's a very good point. Obviously, there's difference between strategic nuclear weapons and tactical ones. Oh, is this what they dug? Do you think they would have the capabilities of bridging that? A lot of Amir Khan. What? Vlatka, if I remember correct, at the start of 2022 they were saying the big letters saying which battalion. I think they were all Zs, if I remember. Oh no, I think you're right. They were saying it was different letters, but then I think it basically coalesced around Z, if I remember. Welcome, Daisy. What's the latest updates, Ignace? Latest updates, they are very, very, very close. I'll let you know exactly. Let's actually go to the Google map. If they are anywhere near the Oka River, the thing is, because we're streaming constantly. In my head, I'm like, they're still 6 hours away, but we've been streaming for 5 hours. That's the thing, right? And all this time, they're probably just rolling down the highway. Can't they just drive around it? Maybe not here. Maybe not here, you know. It's quite a good digger job, isn't it? We also heard that the Chechens were less than an hour away from Rostov. That road be bridged. Yeah, presumably they have the capabilities if they're like a self-sustaining battalions of armoured convoys with tanks and APCs and anti-air and everything. But this is going to be the critical one, I think. Let's have a look at this, if this is going to be the main option. And see what it's like on the approach. You would just think they would just blow up this bridge. Surely you would just mine this bridge, right? Because it's such a big river. They'd have to do a massive detour. Or they will have put the trucks on, just put all these trucks of sand, but then the tanks will come and just push the trucks into the river, right? Moy's saying 65 kilometers. 65 kilometers. They're basically there. They're basically there, right? Larry says blowing 3 bridges plan a while ago. That's what we heard. But surely you wouldn't risk it. You just... But then the other thing is, if you blow up the bridge, you don't really look like the good guys, do you? You don't really look like the people in control. So, this is the thing about coups. Bro, but this is a deep state channel. Whoa. This is part of the Microsoft deep state. Normally I get PlayStation fans say, oh, I'm a massive Xbox fan. And I get Xbox fans say, oh, I'm a massive PlayStation fan. Well, why blow the bridge if you really had the cruise missiles? Because they might still be rolling with sort of civilians, but you imagine there'd be... I mean, is there civilian traffic here? In the top right, is that just a civilian lorry? It's hard to tell, right? Aircraft with 12. Is that the military cargo plane? Let's have a look. That one landed yet, or is coming in to land? Moscow to Kaliningrad. Private jet coming in. Private jet incoming into Moscow. Someone's coming in. Brad agreed Wagner's battle hardened. You can tell by the gear and how they wear it. Michael, every bridge you blow cripples your logistics. Yeah, but surely you're not that worried about logistics right now. It's not priority. I don't know. Terrafirms, you only blow up rocket bridge sewn down if you ain't ready to fight. And yeah, exactly. If you've got nothing to worry about. But we know they have got stuff to worry about. Great Haddocken, can someone explain to me exactly what this Wagner actually is? It's a private military contractor outfit. I'll show you here. But they have some sort of code about being loyal to Russia. And that's the headquarters that we saw raided in St. Petersburg. So they were raided. And apparently there was lots of cash. Crazy times. Brad, you blow the bridge or bypass Moscow. Yeah, go around. You can't blow all the bridges into Moscow. Well, you could. Welcome Anthony, Marius, Kois, TR, Oval T, Tuan. See what else is going on. Wagner can meet Moscow by nightfall. It is 6 p.m. in Moscow. Crazy. Let's go for an update. Wagner are calling this a march for justice. This is what happened yesterday, by the way. We looked at the body language and everything. Very different body language, obviously, compared to Putin and where he is. Very weird conversation. Well, if they blow it, they will wait until they are there or real close. Okay. Gandalf, does Wagner have night vision? It's a very good point. Because it looks like they're very well equipped. I don't know if anyone's seen night vision. But we've only seen people in Rostov, really, like actual foot soldiers. But you'd imagine that in Russia, you'd keep your elite troops in Moscow. Actually, America's saying they have no defense. If it's to believe it's just police and conscripts. So I don't know about that. What would Russia... Luke says, what would Russia be if Prigozhin was to become president? I don't think he wants to become president. I think... no one really knows... It sounds like all he wants is he wants the head of the Russian military replaced. But to do that, he's taking all of his tanks and armoured vehicles and going to Moscow. And it's almost like no one's actually stopping him. So what... Is he the most powerful man in Russia right now? It seems so. Karim, I've not seen many people with night vision. Okay. Remember we saw those goggles earlier. Dr. Elvis saying they don't seem to be encountering much resistance here. We don't know where Putin is, but there's been lots of planes going in and out. Stephen's doing a little prayer. Little prayer in chat. Prayer time for Stephen. Stephen's having a little pray. This body language is so interesting in this video. There's a Russian plane for emergency situations. Yeah, is that another of the cargo planes? There we go. Where's this one going? That's an interesting flight path, isn't it? Again, that might be just sort of normal stuff. Actually says, yes, they do have night vision. Jay, if Prigozhin won, who knows what happens? Yeah, I mean, you've seen countries where generals become head of the state. Rachel says, still sunny outside, but gets dark around 9 p.m. We're just streaming for such a long time that in all this time they just keep moving. MC says, it appears Prigozhin sees a withdrawal from Ukraine as a financially viable option. He's a businessman. Way to escalate it. Right? Way to escalate it. Badaboom says Wagner Group doesn't hate the West, they love money. Yeah, Conquest says, hold on, what is going to happen if Wagner achieves control in Moscow? Honestly, no one knows because his demand doesn't require him to go to Moscow. This was his bluff. His bluff was like, give me what I want or I will go to Moscow. So, but then he did say on Telegram, we said, right, we're going to change the president. But who becomes president? Is there another politician now? Some politician who is like, okay, well, I could be installed. I finished my Coke. Someone said, I was doing a stream the other day, someone said it's really bad to chew ice. It's really bad for your teeth. What? Why can't I? Sorry, I'm just a child. Welcome, Kamo. Hello from NYC. Stephen's having another praying session. Larry saying Coloma Bridge blocked off on the Oka. Yeah, as soon as we get some reports, that's where we are. In fact, let me do another search for that. Nothing really. That's a video of it. Yeah, those are the trucks. So Oka River Bridge, that's the big one. Lou, a smart general isn't going to go into Moscow if he doesn't know what kind of... Yeah, but at this point, is it really smart people or just sort of a bit crazy people? I don't think Alex Navalny is going to be... I don't know. What about Lavrov? What's Lavrov been saying? If Navalny is freed by Wagner... But this... If Prigozhin is just really a money person or whatever, business person, then if he doesn't care about politics, then that might be a way he can install someone. I mean, wouldn't that be an insane outcome? Don't see it in any situation. So I'm not sure Navalny would be a supporter of the war in Ukraine. But maybe Prigozhin, there's more profitable things for him to be doing than being in Ukraine. Gang saying Putin's left Moscow. Right, Steve, I'm going to time you out. That's enough. Your prayers. Appreciate the prayers for us, but it's quite a lot of praying. He ain't Navalny's friend. Navalny's all about anti-corruption. Lewis says Prigozhin doesn't strike me as someone who actually cares about the Ukraine conflict. We will see. Double D, this is on point for Russian history. What do you mean on point? That's the coup in general. MC, I think Prigozhin is very much wanting to install a leader that suits his financial ambition and his buddies. Anyone got any ideas? Moist, Putin's played heading back to Moscow. Ooh. Enemy of my enemy type deal. Could be. Karim, to be honest, I did not see Wagner doing this, but if they were attacked, then that could drive them to want blood. Sorry to hear that, John. Usually a stronger general takes out the president. Jay Sanchez, Prigozhin already said the conflict would start under false pretenses. I think the war stops if Prigozhin has any sort of say. But his business is war, so it is still profitable for him to be involved in wars, unless they're going to switch to doing SAS or something. So I don't know. I just don't know, man. Here we go. Here are the trucks. But tanks can move these out of the way. So you imagine these trucks will have the handbrake on, right? Full of sand. Old school. Because they don't have time to install like big concrete blocks somewhere. So just pull up some trucks, handbrake and go. But if you can lift them or something, or just push them on the tyres. Jay, I would think Putin would want to stop them before they reach Moscow. I don't know. Didn't he clearly say it's not profitable for him because most of the resource access will be stolen? Some people saying maybe he's been stockpiling weapons. Welcome, Rob. Tyres should be... Yeah, so does anyone know what would they do in this circumstance? Would you puncture the tyres but then you'd be on the rims? Or could you put it on jacks? This is going to sound really stupid, right? But if you just had some wheeled hydraulic tracks, you could just jack them up and move them. Is that something that the engineers would have? T80 could just pull them out the way with tow chains. You could flip them, dump all the sand. Wow, welcome to all the new subscribers. They puncture them. New video from Rostov. We might have seen that one. You wouldn't blow them up, but have a look on the right. You can see in the video on the right. This is not the same bridge, by the way. This bridge on the left is basically at Moscow. Have they punctured the tyres there? Have they they're all buckled, so it looks like they've been rammed. You can see the sand in them. You get inside and drive it. I mean, that's true. Don't you just get in and lift the handbrake off? Like, hang on a second. Don't you just do that? Because they're going to be unattended. There's not going to be any resistance. Don't you just get in and lift the handbrake and then you push it? Check my Twitter inbox. I don't do that on the stream. The tyres are made of rubber, no air in them. Really? Previous roadblock, all the army trucks had punctured tyres. Is that this one? But surely there's nothing stopping you getting in, breaking window, getting in, and lifting the handbrake. Do you need to get it out of gear as well? Welcome, Mr. Pirate. Military at the Oka Bridge, Carlos saying. Michael, remember the 91 coup to Moscow and had Gorbachev under house arrest and still fell apart? Yeah, but 91 worked in the end, didn't it? Lewis says generally you can lock the drive shaft. Yeah, but if you take the key with you, you can, I don't know. This is that's what engineers do, presumably. Air brakes on lorries. 91, the people stood against the coup. That's what we saw about blowing up the bridge. If they're air brakes, it's starting into... What's an air brake? Is that like a hydraulic sort of brake? Put it like this. We've been streaming now for 14 hours, and we were told it was 14 hours from Rostov to Moscow. Do you see the video of the Wagner Group downing a 2-engine aircraft? We've seen videos of helicopters. Mark, 91 is different as Yeltsin ran the parliament and stood up against the old guard organising the coup. Putin has got rid of that style of government. Who's going to stand up with Putin? Who's actually... What's Lavrov saying and people like that? No worries, Jay. Who's standing up with Putin, or does Putin look isolated? Air brakes are basically vacuum brakes. Okay. 4 hours in the car with no traffic. But still, they didn't start everything from down there. They started also higher up, didn't they? Okay, apologies, I missed a bit of the afternoon stream. Did you cover that Putin plane? Yeah. We're having a look at this military plane here at the moment. The whole world would be on the verge of destruction. Is that a cry for help from the world to do something? They could use a mine-clearing vehicle. Daniel is saying Wagner has no support according to a high official in Washington. It feels a bit eerily quiet at the moment. Let me just check some other sources. It feels a little bit eerily quiet. Bear with me. Man, it was so good to have 2 hours sleep. I feel refreshed. I feel like the cold nuggets are not doing it for me anymore, though. Monday's a day off, except for authorities or defence factory workers. Happy holidays. Whoa! Whoa! Hang on a second. I need to show you something. I need to show you something, chat. What on earth is this? Chat, where is this? Time to geolocate. Is that Oka River? Is that the Oka River? We out here, yes, we out here, I flack. Swing bridge. Is it being swung? See, Karim? Do we think Putin will do something stupid, Ricky Spence? We just don't know, but he's weak. He's literally getting weaker by the minute. It's a swing bridge, but where is it? Is the timestamp correct? Can we do a locate on that? On the Oka? Is it going to be a smaller bridge? No? Is it? Nope. Wow, those bridges go down then. Is the Moskva River? Where's the Moskva River? Is that just something not relevant? Can you guide me around? I happen to think it's Oka Bridge. It's not the main bridge. Is it this one here? Moscow River. Hmm? Oh. Oh. Well. No, there's no sign there for Moskva, right? Is it the other way around? Another bridge. Chat. Chat. Is this it? But that's just a swing bridge, right? Unless that... Is that a tug? Can you see there? Is that a tug pushing it out of the way? So are they not taking any chances on the bridges? That's it. Pat yourself on back in the chat. 5,000 points. Ricky doesn't think so. What? Oh, it doesn't have those things on the left, does it? But there are them on the right. The photo says it's taken today, like 10 minutes ago. Tower difference, maybe other side, or maybe maybe they have a series of bridges. No. Can you see? There's this pylon here in the background, and there's no building we can see. Look from others. The other side didn't have the sign though. What side were we on? We started this side, didn't we? Oh no, maybe there is a sign here. No. No, the sign was different because you're going to a different place. Lit. So it's something coming from that side. I don't think this is a swing bridge. It has to be that one. Yeah, that's pedestrian, isn't it, or something? That's not a road bridge, I don't think. But the sign... No, I think it was that one. What do we think, chat? And what are they doing blocking that bridge? Is it because if they go this way... Start out with street signs on the left. Hang on. But look at these signs here, like... Oop. Look at the signs there. But then can the bridge not swing that way if you got that? Is that how it... Does the bridge sort of swing and hit those things? Chat, help me out. Maybe those things go up and down. What about the curvature of the river? Oh, is that post? Is that post that? And then is that actually... Hang on. Oh, yeah, no, I think it might be the other way. I think it might be the other way, but then the signs... The sign doesn't make any sense. Oh, was I on the wrong... No. Hang on, but this... Chat, they're driving on... But chat, this sign doesn't make any... Ah, I was in the wrong place. I was stupid. I was stupid. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got it. Sorry, my bad. My bad. That must have been so... Who was frustrated in chat there? Okay, we got it. Geolocated. Damn, we're getting good at this. So, but who knows what it means? Oh, no, I lost it. Okay, fair enough. Where are they now? Negotiations ongoing. I subscribed out of sheer frustration. I subscribed just to make it stop. Is it almost too late to negotiate out of this? How, if you're Shiogu now, how do you feel that you're the sort of bargaining chip? A lot of people sharing this video, tree. It says people waiting for a train, but this could be, I don't know. It's busy, isn't it? Michael saying it's likely if Prigozhin has been anticipating this action, he has small units forward deployed at strategic points, like river crossings. Yeah, but how do you keep this secret? How do you plot to like move forward on Moscow and keep the whole thing secret, but then have enough time to to implement it and brief, and when you're so integrated with the Russian military? I don't understand. Like, I organise stuff on this channel, like events and races and stuff, and it's difficult enough to do that. Like, how do you organise something like this? Russian prepared to declare martial law. Yeah, I'm not surprised. No worries, Larry. Apton's been living near the Oka for 2 years. Is the image... No, we got it. If you're still looking at the bridge, you need to click the live button because you're behind. It will drive you insane. Why are Wagner soldiers so loyal to Wagner? Surely if you're a mercenary, by nature you are not loyal. the word mercenary is now a byword for disloyalty, right? Okay, so the tugboat might be usual. Maybe they use a tugboat to do it. It's a bit Order 66. Ragplay says, if the forces guarding Moscow are motivated, the siege followed by talks, you just presume the coup is just going to roll until they're stopped. And then what happens when they're stopped? Ava B says, put subtitles to translate these on Brazil. You should be able to do it yourself. You should be able to do auto captions yourself, Ava. Hope all is well in Brazil. Lewis, Wagner is not a traditional merc outfit. Ricky, Magna leader has to be all in. Yeah, he is all in. He is all in. Dr. Elvis, Prigozhin has passed point of no return. Completely agree. He's crossed the Rubicon. Isn't that the phrase? Agua, depends how much money they get. Well, they've got leverage here. Need to move fast, have good internal comms. Wagner promises. Surely that would have been leaked there. It's like Wagner, all Wagner soldiers have been promised $50,000 or something if they do this. David said it's going to be an announcement soon. Brandon saying the Battle of Moscow is about to begin. Yeah, what about in Rostov? What's going on in Rostov? Warner on... Gary saying Wagner on M4 near Sagatovo. Let's have a look. So where... Surely this is the big... This is the big one. Let me search again for the river. Let's have a look at what's going on in Rostov, actually. Chechen troops in the suburbs. Again, don't know the timings of this. That's north of the river. Surely not. What was the name of that town? Surely no way. This is like your basically... Everything calm in Voronezh. Josh saying everything looks normal on Moscow on the live cam. Saba, I guess Prigo calculated the moment the regular soldiers got sick of their leadership. Someone made a very good point in the stream yesterday that was, or today, I don't know, about if maybe in the Wagner soldiers were like, well, if the option between fighting in Ukraine and actually taking tanks down to Moscow, Moscow's just a better option. Where's Ross Kemp? Okay, KMO, here's some food for thought. Who said the next leader of Russia will be better than Putin? Very good food for thought. How many hours inbound to Moscow, Shark says? Man, we keep getting updates that they're closer. A few dump trucks won't stop them. Less than 2. Let me refresh and see if we get any new roadblocks. Yeah, more appear down here, but it's getting serious. Unless... I would expect them to be behind here and these are all the roadblocks. That's what I would expect. Greg's saying 90 minutes out. You'd expect they're going to come across all these. But just imagine, like, we'll do a roll call in a second, but just if you're in America and this happened, didn't it? Didn't it happen on January the 6th in America? But like, imagine it was tanks rolling down, don't know what the interstate is. And it's just crazy to how quickly, like, yesterday was probably a relatively normal day in Russia and today it's just all kicked off. So these are the Chechens. Winty, where are all the fighter jets? Yeah, maybe they're refusing to go. Maybe there's anti-air, because Wagner probably have as good anti-air as Russia have, right? Conqueror, why isn't there any serious resistance? Because presumably because they've calculated the mood and like the susceptibility, the conditions for a coup. Greg, I suspect that more regular army of Russia would join in with Wagner. We'll see. No videos in the column. Not a lot that we've seen, which is interesting. You'd think that they'd want to show what they're doing. There's big missiles here. It's going to get worse. Legacy Will saying, is it any better? White Zeds on this one, right? Nick Bear, Wagner are not like usual mercenary groups. They have mentality more like a biker gang. But how do you have a biker gang mentality with 30,000 troops? What about this Wagner in Moscow? We're having a look. They're almost certainly basically on this map that you can see. Jan 6 was unarmed. Yeah, but sorry, I didn't mean to say it was the same, but imagine something like that, but there's tanks going down the interstate. Actually, you're sat in your house with news of convoy containing heavy artillery. It's crazy, isn't it? They look like S-4000. S-400s are big anti-air missiles. Welcome Dovey, A and B, Julianne, Quan Du. MC, any leader will find it hard to persecute a war without citizen support. This is the thing, the more it goes on, the more legitimate they appear. Apparently Russian generals and Russian... This is what a lot of people are saying, that Prigozhin, he wouldn't go for it unless he knew he had the support. And he looked so casual yesterday. Brian says, what percentage of conscripts do you think will join Wagner? I'm not sure it's about joining Wagner as opposed to just doing nothing. That's the real question, isn't it? It's just... how many people are going to do nothing? You could invert it. How many conscripts are actually going to do something? Wagner passed by Voronezh already. Where is Voronezh? Where is Voronezh? Here. So this is the big... Venyov? Have we got that right? So they're getting very close to the river. Yeah, mate, honestly, what if it's 5G chess about, yeah, keep asking for munitions, keep asking for support, and just stockpiling it? Maybe maybe in his opinion the Russian army's really weak and he knows that he's done a better job and he was just like, okay, fine, I'm going to take it. Venyov, okay. Rachel, by midnight they were finally called to organise. There have been late preparations. Okay, so the Putin is scared of 30,000 troops. Maybe. We said at the time last year as a miscalculation. Wow, I can't believe that was over a year ago. That is crazy. Let's have a look at anything going near Moscow. Moscow River. Yeah, we've geolocated that. See, on this stream, we're ahead of the game. Checkpoint here. I think this similar to checkpoints we've seen, but the thing is that it seems to me, right, what Russia could do is they could completely block all the roads. This is a checkpoint where there's traffic going through, right? They could just put infrastructure now, and then it's easier to instruct people to just destroy the roads and make it unpassable than to have people there and say, when someone comes, stop them. Because when someone comes, they might not stop them. You wouldn't blame them, right? But it would be easier to say, just blow up this road, destroy the road, barricade the road. I don't know. But then you look weak because you're destroying your own roads, you're stopping people going around, you cause panic. Jay, I don't think Wagner will get to Moscow. Well, he was definitely on his way. The question is, where is he going to go when he gets there? Welcome, Clack D. So if we confirm Putin is evacuated... No, I don't think anyone will be able to confirm that. Doug, the problem they're going to have in Moscow is how many troops do they have? You'd imagine they'd have their best troops in reserve, but I don't know. Ricky says Kremlin. Yeah, if you want to make a statement, Red Square. Airborne troops arriving at Moscow. See what else we got going. There's more and more theories pointing towards Prigozhin being part of a larger coup. Maybe that press conference from Vladimir Putin with the delay was him realising that he's just been isolated. Moscow region birds patrol the sky. Jay, the KGB for sure in Moscow is ready to fight. Unless they've realised they don't want to be on the side of Putin here. Let's try and get some more stuff for you, everyone. Just ate at McDonald's, very nice. I feel sick after my McDonald's. I've got to be honest with you. Oops. See what we got going on. So the whole world is looking at this right now. The whole world. Nico, actually no, they can't be better soldiers than Wagner because most inner military in Moscow does not have battle experience. Very good point. Kremlin preparing to declare martial law is coming in. Marky, how do you think this will end up? Give us your opinion, Marky. Checkpoint in the Moscow region. Yeah, we're seeing more stuff on Barabanovo. Where is Barabanovo? Isn't Barabanovo ahead of... No. That's... So it seems pretty clear they're very close to this river where we saw all the trucks lined up. Yeah, it's a good point, Joe Sanchez. Putin said, please can you stop, please can you stand down? He didn't say, right, I'm going to do this, do that. Who's worse, Putin or Wagner? Weekamura says. Same Pirate Orc. Lewis, I think the troops in Moscow were either they will destroy Wagner or join them. The path of least resistance is to join them. This is the bluff, right, that you present when you're doing a coup. Is you say, if you want there to be no bloodshed, just join us. Cray is saying, unless this is all a show, I don't see this doesn't turn the blood pop. But that's the way you do it. You say, look, just join us. We're the legitimate people. And was it worth not offering up Shiogi for this? Welcome Tia from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hope you're doing well. Sue says, please hit, yeah, feel free to hit the like button. Poolan, it feels more and more that we live in Hearts of Iron 4. Maybe. Do we think Putin is in Moscow? Because this is the thing, if he's not in Moscow again, the generals might be like, okay, well, he's not in the city. The city's for the the capital's there for the taking. But if he's not in Moscow, Moscow is literally there for the taking. This is the crazy thing. Everyone remembers that video of Zelensky, right, first night in Kiev, where he's on the streets. He said, look, I'm here. My defense minister's here. My home minister's here. We're here. We're here. We're here with you, right? That was an insane video to see. We saw it live on the stream. This is very different. Sam's saying he's in St. Petersburg. Can you stream Home Alone 2, please? No. You have to go and get that yourself. Welcome Jason, Lee, Josh and Janelle. Welcome, Daisy Girl, again. He fled to St. Petersburg. Let's see what else we got here. I want to see convoy updates. If I can spell convoy. I can't spell convoy. More Kadyrov. Apparently. Hard to make out. This is as good pictures we've got of the convoy, right? Where did Putin last broadcast from? It's interesting they don't say. It's interesting they don't. They right? It would be foolish to say something if you're in danger of being overrun, but that, I don't know. But then it's kind of a game theory or something, isn't it? If you don't go, then you will be overrun. Nice work. Kirith, interesting scenario can happen like in Azerbaijan. Their current president got in power after he was sent as a general of inner capital forces. And he was there. He was like, well, I'm in this seat. It's a comfy seat. We're streaming from the UK. Yeah, a lot of people are saying he's already fled Moscow. But here you can see the troops on their way on the M4. We could try and geolocate it. Looks to be a junction. Can we geolocate one? Wow, is that a T-80 tank on it? That guy's having... Oh, he's on the mic. I thought he was like this, thinking. But he's actually on a microphone. Koi says, if Putin leaves Moscow, I think this war is over. Where is Wagner now? Wagner, we think, on this part of the map here. Very close to Moscow. Look how close they are to Moscow. Look up the Minsk Accords. What's the Minsk Accords got to do with this? Oh, this guy's doing the horns. These look like very professional, almost like Getty Images photos, right? Brandon's keeping an eye on Rostov. Google uses war is not over, it will get worse. Conqueror, how close is Wagner to Moscow? It's already 7 PM. I'm feeling really tense. Barely anyone's outside. Don't know. I'm not sure these are recent images, so I don't think we need to geolocate. Maybe someone in chat can geolocate, but yeah, they're probably near Voronezh. Welcome Briggs and Russ. And Carlos. Surely it's going to be Oka River. I don't think there's Wagner tanks in Moscow, Doug. If you got news on that, you got to let us know, but... See, is this the Cambodia coup? This is a really interesting video. I think this might be the coup in Cambodia. Sorry if I'm getting that wrong, but you can see here the checkpoint, the government building behind. This is a checkpoint, and look how the coup just rolls through. They just roll through. Have a look at this. Don't copyright, whatever that is. They just roll through the checkpoint. Yeah, this is Cambodian coup. Oh, Myanmar. Sorry, my bad. My bad. But you can see this is how it works. You just roll through. You just roll through, not a shot fired. It's mad, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. This is the change of the whole government. This lady here who's doing some sort of fitness thing, you know. Her whole head of state is changing here. Like, the whole apparatus that controls her tax and her liberty and everything is literally just swapping behind her. It's like such a juxtaposition. If that's right, anyway. I don't know. Zumba. Iga saying 130 Ks to Moscow. Fake video, boss. Maybe, I don't know. If it is true, that's what it would represent. We can hope in assistance, hope people stand up for change. It's very difficult if you're assistant, right? Dirty some of these cars are. No plates as well, so must be military, right? That dude with no helmet got VSS on asphalt. Didn't see, unfortunately. Champions, are they in Moscow already? Not in Moscow, but they're getting very close. We think they're right by the river. And that's where the big blockades look to be. Kevin's saying Castro took over Cuba with 500 men. It's getting intense. It's getting intense. Let's just check what the live things are saying here. I mean, this all looks like relatively normal. Situation is difficult. We know that for sure. Stay-at-home directive. Yeah, it makes sense. See what else we got. This one here, you can have a look. I mean, for most people, who rules the country doesn't really matter. You could say that. But at least in dangerous consequences, doesn't it? I don't think it's gonna. I don't think any of this is good, Josh. That's my thought on it. Someone's going to look really weak out of this. Someone's going to need to look strong. Bennett saying that I don't think this COUP will go more than 4 days. I think it's going to come to a head very quickly. I really do, but that's just my thoughts. Brad, what's really happening are the deals generals are making behind the scenes you don't see. Yeah, maybe he will have his demands, right? In a way, the closer he gets to Moscow, the way more leverage he has. And the value of him calling his troops and saying, right, stop moving, it becomes even more valuable to Russian state. Ed saying something bigger is happening right now. Bearded 24 hours, it'll be over. Yeah, maybe Josh. Greg, if you want to know who is weak, look who is running and who is chasing. All flights out of Moscow sold out. Yeah, that seemed to be the case. Let's get back on the old flight radar. Need to pick up our sub again. Need to get 3D flights. Whoa, my word. Busy in Moscow, isn't it? I can't believe they're taking this. They're taking it like that. I mean, isn't this this is the M4? Like, this is literally where there's going to be, like, possibly a battle here. And these passenger planes are going over. I mean, I find this mad. That's the flight path. Sochi, Moscow. It's a flight path into Moscow, though. So there might not be a way around it. There might not be fueled or something to go a long way. Tashkent to Moscow. MC, this is neither good nor bad for the world. Instability in a nuke-enabled nation is dangerous. Lewis saying 40,000 troops on Sky News. That's a bigger update. Don't know where they've got that from. Russian MOD forces in the village apparently 23 k's from the Kremlin. So that's in the south direction. Killing in the planes are way higher than range of manpads. Yeah, but there might be more anti-air that they have than just manpads. Marcio says some Wagner fighting units are closing in on nuclear weapons storage site called 375 Object C. No idea what that is. Jasmine, my trip to Italy is definitely cancelled now. The more civilian jets in the air could sway the Putin air command from entering. Yeah, you can't have fighter jets up there, really, can you? I don't know. It seems mad. This is an insane situation. Look, for good reason, there's no civilian air traffic around Ukraine. You can see. Look at this whole gap, right? This is what was deemed safe. You can see how close they get here on the west, by the way. Like, very close. What's that? But now you've got this convoy has gone all the way from Rostov up the M4, like here, with shooting down helicopters, getting shot at by helicopters. What's this jet? Tel Aviv to Moscow. Who's going on a private jet in from Tel Aviv? It may be a deliberate act by ATC. Larry's saying Wagner's reached Moscow. We haven't seen that yet. Rainman says no one is going to shoot down airlines. No one would intentionally do it, you would hope. Leo, this is like a Hollywood movie. There will definitely be made a movie out of this. Maybe we'll be in it. Russian troops now leaving Ukraine. It seems like everything is happening at once here. Let's just do a search for Russia. We don't often do that. Tel Aviv. No, it's all a lot of other stuff we don't want to see. Welcome Arthur, Joserain. It's Shirley time. First Wagner units have reached Moscow region, but what are they showing exactly? 6:40 is 20 minutes ago? I don't know. But that is below where we were looking before. Tula is quite a way below. Tula is there. So it's showing it like that. We just don't know. I think it seems pretty clear something's happening here. Surely the whole M4 is basically out of action. Thanks, Blacker. Appreciate it. Chechnya rise in Rostov. Yeah, that's what we've been hearing. Russian government plane assess Moscow. Give us an idea on that if you want. We can track on stream. Let us know which one you're talking about. I'm surprised not a lot of people are tracking this one coming in from Tel Aviv. Riri, do you think this can end in World War? Anything can end in World War, but I wouldn't be particularly... I don't know. It wouldn't be particularly... No point getting scared, I think. Oh, Atrim! The first super chat from Atrim chat. Please can we get some claps out for Atrim's first super chat. Thanks, Kirith and chat, for amalgamating all the different news sources and info literally since this started. Yes, right away. Thank you so much. But it's really not me. I'm just sitting here. And I'm just doing what you want me to do. So get some claps out in chat, please. For Atrim's first ever super chat. $5. Look at the support. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much. And yeah, we keep tracking this all the way. Yeah, mutually assured destruction is interesting. The idea of mutually assured destruction is that it would be so insane. Hang on, how does mutually assured destruction work? It's like Mutually assured destruction is designed to prevent world wars because anyone starting it would also get destroyed. But it only works if you're logical. Josh, thank you so much. Welcome to Legend. Chat, can we celebrate Josh as well joining as Legend? Get those emojis out for Josh. Thank you so much. I'm just going to get a random emoji. Going to get the elbow bump out. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for the membership. Really appreciate it. Means a lot. Support is insane. Mystify's got the reg. Let me get that. A lot of flights coming into Moscow is kind of interesting, isn't it? I can't remember how to search it. Might not be able to search it. You might have to give me a no call sign. Oh no, that's the thing on the ground, isn't it? You might need to give me a location. Great Haddock, this is worthy of support. Sorry, man. Oh, Shane and Sleuthy at the same time! My guys and my girls, what are we doing? Thank you so much, Sleuthy, for the $10. Thank you so much, Shane Stephen, for becoming a member at the same time. Chat, get some more claps out, please, for the support on the stream. What a great... We're very lucky to have this community here where we can follow this. I'm going to get some waves out. Follow this and talk about it. It's a real team thing. It takes everyone. It takes everyone to have this. And we all benefit because we have an amazing space to follow this stuff, right? You genuinely don't get this anywhere else. You don't get it on other streams 100% because it's just all spam. You don't get it when you watch the news because it's not interactive. So this is really unique. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We scroll up, man. The message is just crazy. Sleuthy TV and Shane coming in together. Thank you so much, everyone. Trying to scroll. It's just the chat's just going insane. Chat's just going mad. Hey, let me just reload this. There we go. Oh, ADS for adults. Chat. What are we doing here? ADS for adults with the $20 donation. Thank you so much. You deserve this better than any live news station on this issue. Shout out to my son Xander who's watching this. It will freak him out if I say his name. Welcome to Ads for Adults and Xander. Xander, welcome to World Geopolitics. Look, Xander, I don't know how old you are, but if you like this sort of stuff, I strongly recommend getting involved, doing some of the, what do they call it? Doing some of the Model United Nations stuff like that, where you sort of role play this kind of stuff. Strongly, that's my recommendation. Do that and you can thank me later, but thank you so much. Thank you so much to Ads. Honestly, best community here. It's insane. Best community. Who would imagine that? Just, this is mad. Crazy. Look at the love in chat as well. Ooh. And a mysterious bubble tea arrived. Look at this, got a bubble tea. Not a bubble tea. It is a bubble tea with Oreo in it. Thomas, wondering whether any news announcements from NATO, Westerns and China. No. I think this is a Sun Tzu sort of thing. Don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. So I don't think anyone would want to say, oh, look, Russia's a mess and blah, blah, blah. You just let them do what they're doing. Andre the Vaccinator from Holland. That's like Andre the Giant or Conan the Barbarian. We've got Andre the Vaccinator. Because nothing is free as life. Good work is worth money. Thank you so much, Andre. Just you guys and girls. I should be making sim racing videos. And Edna as well. Good skill. I came for G7, but I stayed for the info. That's good. Thank you so much, Andre, for the €10. Edna for the $9.99. And Jack as well. Be looking for a quality stream. You guys and girls are mad. You guys and girls are insane. Be looking for a quality stream for info. Appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Look, honestly, don't worry. I'm just built for this. This is like, I stream sim racing. I do 24 hours of racing sim racing. I've raced for 20... Do you have my wheels here? Where's my wheel? I race on these sort of wheels. I've done 24-hour races. I've raced for 8 hours straight. So I'm used to just looking at a screen and doing this sort of stuff. So please, 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 it's no hardship for me. Don't worry about it. I'm happy that we're sort of following this together, you know what I mean? Look at everyone in chat, absolutely loving it. Woo. And reread as well, €60. Appreciate your live channel initiative and all the input on this YouTube channel. Information, understanding each other is key in difficult times. I think especially in times like this where you don't really know what's going on, it would be easy to either panic or be behind the information. I think the best thing to do is like a bit like surfing a wave. It's just my view, but sort of be at the front of the information wave, but not panicking. Just understanding that some stuff is going to be false, some stuff is going to be, you know, delayed, and sort of working it out at the forefront in a sort of hopefully a calm way. That's what I enjoy, because we're literally as close as we can be to the information. Like, we cannot get closer than this. But if you believed everything you wrote, or you were looking in sort of sensationalist places, it wouldn't really work. So, oh, Denise as well. Thanks so much, Denise, becoming a member. Chat, you guys and girls, mad. Thanks so much, Denise Hennig. Is that Scandinavian? Hope everything is well in Scandinavia, if that's correct. Let me just catch up. The Russian army's established an air bridge in Moscow. That just means they might be flying in troops. Can we get, if they are, can we get any indicators on Russian troop carriers coming in? Because I don't think we've seen a lot, have we? I don't think we've seen a lot. Shots fired at Rostov. I think there was some fruit to that earlier. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Welcome, Quad, as well. Welcome, Olivier. Josh kind of Majol's mulling over. These world-changing events don't... The last time I did streams like this was when the invasion of Ukraine started, and we were like, what is going on? And we're trying to work out what's the rationale, what happens next, you know, why is this happening, what's led up to it, and stuff like that. Thinking outside the Boing box. Thank you so much. $5. Been to Ukraine twice in the start of the war, and happy to found someone doing news to us. Thank you so much. Think outside the box. Appreciate it. Let us know in the chat what your experiences were in Ukraine. I do spend some time in this part of the world, and very, very, very friendly people, I have to say. Very friendly people. So, hoping for the best here. But thank you so much for the donation. Everyone in chat, you guys and girls are insane. Madness. We've had 125,000 people roll through the stream. But I feel like we need to just get the latest on the convoy. So bear with me. Bear with me here. Cray, hey Kira, can you say Olivier, are you enjoying your McDonald's? It will freak my girl out. Olivier, are you enjoying your McDonald's? Ah, it's too bright. That's the power of McDonald's. Don't have too much McDonald's though, it doesn't make you feel good. McDonald's once in a while, it's good. Right. Yeah, we've seen those videos. There's videos of taking a missile coming down on the convoy. I haven't shown it because it probably shows casualties. Right, we've got some more videos here. What's this? That's another one of the checkpoint. And then this is in Rostov, anti-air. The thing is, right, let's just slow it down a little bit. Let's go back to Rostov. In Rostov now, they went in sort of blitzkrieg, swooped in, and they got access to the buildings, defense buildings, everything they wanted. Do they now need to like hold it? Are they now going to be in the windows with rocket launchers and just defending it under siege? Red-handed Jill, thanks so much for the $5. My regular YouTube news guy was covering this for almost 24 hours. I had to go to sleep. Sorry to hear that. Frankly, you snooze, you lose in this game. I needed my news fix and found this stream. Great job. Well, feel free to go back to your regular guy. I can be your alternative guy. I'm happy with that. But thanks so much, Red-handed Jill. Really appreciate it. The support makes all this possible. This is the first stream in this setup. So, new monitor, microphone arm. all sorts of stuff. New table, actually. Lots of new cables. That's an old webcam, but yeah, new lights as well. Got some. You can't see them, but there's some new lights here, so it makes it all possible. Makes it all possible, 100%. Abby saying this isn't a major thing. It's kind of small. This is pretty much as major as it gets. State of emergency. Is that martial law there? Let's just see if the martial law. Russia will not allow the mutiny to turn into a coup or global crisis. That ship may have sailed, my friend. The whole world will be on the brink of catastrophe if Russia's nuclear weapons fail. This is the thing. Okay, I really don't like talking about nuclear weapons, but now it just seems to be going on. If Wagner do take control of the military, and they take control of nuclear weapons, does he try and leverage that in some way, or does he then row back? It's almost like, how far can he go? Just keep it clean in the chat. Deacon Dude took a quick nap. Anything new in the last hour? To be honest, probably not in the last hour. Probably not. Any sane guy would use it to his advantage. Mixify says the government plane is now near Yakamenko and it's going to St. Petersburg. Okay. Where would they be coming in with their cargo planes? Doing the air bridge. Here we go. Where did that turn transponder on there? That's number 2 worldwide. Sorry, 1 second. One second. But it would make sense for him to row back and become president. And a rich hero for ending the war. What's the way back? Mass outdoor events suspended for a week, so this is long term. Welcome Vienna, fire up, Demolash, Inamir, Mujbir, Sergeant. So is that martial law basically in Moscow now confirmed? David saying, seeing reports of Wagner troops in Saratov and saying, whereabouts is Saratov? Let us know. MC, we cannot afford to have rogue players. To be fair, in the history of the world, we've never had rogue non-state actors control nuclear weapons that we know about, right? That's actually never happened. But it's almost, and even with the fall of the Soviet Union, it never happened. Because there were a lot of nuclear weapons in Ukraine that we know about. Thomas, a photo of the Wagnerian convoy near Krasny Lipetsk. Chechens going through streets of Rostov. Heavy fighting reported. We will see. Thanks, Playwright. Let me just check the other channels on that. Bear with me. Let me know if I can get you anything. I will check for you. Southeast of Moscow. Anthony, who were Wagner doing this for? Well, it seems like there was some. They weren't happy. There was some friendly fire between the Russian military and them. Moscow. Let me just see if we can play this. Bear with me. Welcome Simba, very surreal, yeah. This might be, let's see if we can recognise any people from this. See if we can recognise any people from our previous video. Is that the shopping centre on the right there, maybe? Is that a shopping centre on the right? Maybe it's like it's a curfew now, like time to go inside. Well, people are talking on their phones and stuff, so I'm not sure the internet's down. I don't know. MC is more likely in a more unstable, lawless situation. M. Schultz, this is all pretty calm actually. Doug, it sounds like the Kremlin may have made a deal with Wagner not to enter Moscow. You think? I don't know, but everything we're seeing is that they're just rolling down. You don't need to have cell signal. That's a good point. Sorry, that was stupid of me, wasn't it? Wagner forces enter Moscow International Airport. Surely not. Where's Moscow International? Is that on the south? Look at Google Maps, convoy traffic. Yeah, we've got that there. How many troops is Wagner? We think about 30,000, but Sky was saying 50. Maybe there's going to be a fight in Rostov. He will have to go forward. Yeah, he's played his hand, for sure. His hand has been played. Welcome, Gadget Fingers. There is another video of an empty street and Wagner's taking shelter. Live cam from Rostov turned off. Okay, so maybe it's... maybe there's going to be a fight in Rostov, and you would think the Chechens wouldn't go for it unless they knew they were going to win. Rary, can we expect cyber wars? What do you mean by cyber wars? This is very much, I think, old school territory control in Russia, but it's an interesting one, right, with the Chechens and Wagner, because maybe the Chechens and Wagner have less issue fighting with each other than Wagner and the actual Russian army, the non-Chechen Russian army. So maybe this is a really good thing for Russia to have the Chechens do it. South of Russia, okay. Road closes on the M2. Okay, but what about in Russia? Got some funny feeling that something's going to happen. Snowline says all the oligarchs are getting out of Dodge. KMA, Wagner has no choice. Not only Prigozhin has to fight for his life, so does all the Wagner group. Yeah, they've cut their bridge behind them right now. They have to succeed. That's it for them. The international airport is exactly the other way of the centre of Moscow than the bridge you were looking at earlier. Okay. Welcome to him from St. Petersburg. Shots fired near Rostov. That seems to be the report, but the videos we've seen hasn't shown it yet. But I've got other sources here that I'm checking, so I will let you know. We'll check live UA map as well, because if it's live UA map gone. Oh, here it is. Several shots fired. Wow, look at the convoy, look at the blockades now. But I'm never sure how accurate that is. They've crossed the Rubicon. Yeah, that's it. It's now they've. But where does it end? Shots fired from Wagner Group into Rostov building. Reuters saying it's 5,000 fighters nearing Moscow. I'm not sure. Let me just double check that's to confirm that. Reuters source in Wagner. I don't know about this. Wagner Force says fewer than 25, 5,000 in Rostov, 5,000 in Moscow. Is that actually from Reuters? No, they're doing troop in the colour. That might just be, I don't know, but 5,000 to Moscow. That's 10 times Che Guevara, right? Is martial law declared across Russia? I don't know yet, I'm afraid. Yeah, I saw that about the unknown calls. So maybe things are about to happen. I feel like lots of stuff is about to happen. It's 5:30 in the UK, 7:30. Welcome Fred, Ahmed, and Benjamin and Bogdan. I feel like lots of stuff is about to happen. Confirm Putin has sacked his defense minister. I haven't seen that. Need to let me know a source on that one, because that's big if true. Big if true. Ricky's about to get ugly. Let's go hour. Yeah, I just have a funny feel. Look, I'm not new to these sort of streams, and I just got that feeling like now. Sometimes you get that sort of like it builds to something. It's been a while since we've heard them going through new checkpoints. Either they've met resistance or they've really got close. Yeah, exactly. Great, Hurricane. Putin sacks Russian defense minister. I haven't seen that, but we're keeping an eye on it. We're keeping an eye on it. Keeping an eye. That's the helicopter. That's gone down. Sorry, 1 second. So thanks KMO. The music is just I needed to play something copyright free. That's all I have. Chechens quickly moving through Rostov. We heard about an hour ago that there was going to be an hour to go. That's the same footage. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at this. That's not a shot. That's the guy trying to knock the door open, isn't it? What do you think, chat? Was that been in that sort of in the chaos? It's like, what do we think? Sorry, chat. I need to get something. Something's happened. One second, chat. Boring admin stuff. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sorry. That's it. Too busy. All routes south of Moscow now blockaded. Yeah, looking at the Google search. Thank you, Stanislas back with the 5 Swiss francs. General Sergei Surovkin has just announced his rallying to Prigozhin and Wagner. I think that came out yesterday. We had a look at the video. But thanks so much for the 5 Swiss francs. Unless that's a new one. Let us know if it's new. Yeah, and we heard maybe 2 or 3 attack helicopters. Some of this news comes out in waves as it gets verified. It kind of comes and it comes again. But they must be getting close. Ugh. What's going on down here? Drama. Big drama. Yeah, so what do we think here? Was that... Oh, yes, you know, he's shooting at it. He's shooting suppressed. Look. Sorry, my bad. He's shooting with his suppressor. Look how quiet that is with the suppressor. What is he shooting at? Is he trying to open the building? So it is shots fired. It is shots fired. Does that shoot that glass or something? What's this thing falling down? Is that just a camera? No, that's just the RT logo. Everyone looks to be very casual. It's like he's just trying to open the door or something. Shooting something. Maybe it causes mass panic, as you might expect. The building was pacified. Yeah, that building won't be troubling anyone anymore. Is it an alarm? Can you hear an alarm here? Did you try and shoot the alarm? Hang on, chat. Is there an alarm going on at the beginning? Yeah, there's an alarm. It's like, screw it, I'm going to shoot it. That's quite military, isn't it? That's him banging on it. That's like a computer game thing, isn't it? I'll just shoot the alarm. I tell you what, that alarm, bulletproof. They need to do an advert. Is that nah? And I just cause mass panic. That's not very elite, is it? Andre, no one is landing in Moscow. What do you mean no one's landing in Moscow? Patiently says Lumpfowl. Okay, I think we worked out this one. We don't need to geolocate. Yeah, surprised I didn't get a grenade out and just grenade it, or grenade launcher. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Like, where do the bullets go? Here? Do the bullets... What if there's a metal plate in it or something and it comes back? But as soon as people start running, everyone will start running. That's just how it works. See you, Leo? Do you think this guy's just a bit of a joker in that pack? Like, everyone's like, I can't believe he's done that. Maybe he missed. See, maybe that's why they're laughing, because they're like, oh, he's shooting that. And then maybe other people thought, oh, there's now other shots going on. Someone's shooting back because it's a different thing. You want the alarm so you can think. No worries, Denise. Thank you so much for the membership as well. I really appreciate it. 6:34 AM. Don't worry, we've been there. We've been there. You won't forget these moments. Hollow point. So Yangi bullet went through the door. You hope there's no one on the other side. I mean, this guy's having a smoke as well. It's very casual, look. Look at this scene. These guys just chilling here. There's some kid just on their phone, right? These people are hunched over. One looks military, one maybe isn't. This guy's having a smoke. This guy looks non-military. He's having a smoke there. This guy's got his headphones on. And he's taking a video on it. Then you got people sort of running because they might have heard shots, and then people start running and everyone starts running. I could green screen myself here, couldn't I? Maybe I should green screen myself. I don't know. Next time. No planes landing in DME. Sorry, are no planes landing in Moscow now? Let me get on Flight Radar, everyone. Okay, let's get onto Flight Radar. Let's do it. Is DME at the... Is this DME? That's taking off. Am I looking at the wrong airport? Let me know, chat. I've never flown into Moscow, so I don't know. DME is south. No call sign. Is this DME? No. How far south is DME, everyone? Oh, is this DME? This is DME, my bad. So plane's taking off from DME. Yeah, I mean, where's the M4? That's really close to the M4, isn't it? So let me get my bearings. Is M4 up here? I think this is M4, isn't it? Yes, it's very close to M4. That's taken off from DME. Welcome, Jill. Yeah, we got a couple hours of sleep. Don't know about that, Brandon. You need to get some sorted with that one. Chat, do we know any planes that were coming into DME that are now overshot it? That was... Okay, yeah, this was going into DME, but it's diverted here. Right? Is it still going to go... What's the altitude? Can't see altitude. Where's DME? Is this plane heading into DME? It's not just DME, it's every Moscow airport. So there are no landings at Moscow. These are on the ground. So what was coming into Moscow? That just turned transponder off there. Was there a plane there just transponder off? That was coming into Moscow. That's diverted out. What's that doing? That's coming into Moscow, but it's a weird one. Is this SVO? Yeah, that's SVO. What's the airspace doing? Where's this one? That must be coming into Moscow. That must be coming into Moscow. Is that an air traffic control thing then? I don't know where Hulipo is, I'm sorry. CNN expert says he expects the coup to fail compared to 1991. We'll see. But what is going on with ATC in Russia? Is anything going to take off? Anything taxiing? Is this on the runway, by the way? Is that one of the runways? This is taxiing, right? Oh, is it soldiers? Are they requisitioning the airport for all military? Is it only military aircraft now into airports? Is that what's happening? So where are these planes going to go? Where are they all going? Wow, these ones just took off. No call sign on that one. That's still heading to Moscow. That's going to VKO. Sorry, Andre. Military landings only, maybe. But does that mean military planes are landing with no transponder? Because I can't see a huge amount of military planes here. Wow, it's stacking up. It's stacking up at Moscow. All these are queuing up. And this is a flight path on the way in, right? So you've got all these planes coming in. That's on the way out. These ones are taken off. So this is the way in. So what's going to happen with this plane? Can we see altitude on this one? Maybe they need troops on the ground ASAP. Maybe that's what they need. They're like, oh no, now we need to get troops in. No one's talking about it. They aren't stopping planes from landing. We will see. Let's see. Could be a rumour. Let's find out. Oh, nice. Altitude. Is that actually altitude? Because that's coming in for landing then. That is landing 100% on the south runway. Right? But it's not moving though. Is transponder off? Even how will Wagner even stand against the army in Moscow? Well, I hope for them, they hope they won't have a fight. That must be transponder off or something. What about that plane that was going to land here? Where did that one go that was coming in? This is landing at VKO, surely. 700 feet. Yeah, that's landing. So that is landing. $600. Base is skimming on the ground. Oh yeah, we spoke about that before with although isn't it, yeah, you can run a transponder as well, can't you? Is that going to taxi all the way at the end? It's going to taxi here? What the hell? Huh? What? Chat, what's going on with this? It can't be at 650. It must have turned. Yeah, transponder, it must have landed here and turned. 100%. 100%. That's just like the server thinking it's still going. at the same route. That must be it. Let's have a look at this one. This is saying 2,000 feet. That can't be 2,000 feet there. That's too high, right? 2425. Thanks, Blacker. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. That's what I think. Oh, you got some Chinese food. Oh, in the case, yeah, a nice one. Nice one. Let us know what Chinese you got. 2,000 feet, or maybe it is landing. 2,000 feet. Yeah, we're seeing it. They're landing. 2,000 feet. There's a sunset now in Russia. Yeah, there was a airstrike on the depot, and we saw the helicopter avoiding anti-air. We're saying 60 km from Moscow. Have you got a source on that? Maybe VKO's open. Does that mean everyone else is going to divert into VKO? 1,800? Mr. B saying planes aborting landing, but you can see here this one's coming in 1,800. Thanks, Brandon. Patiently's got a feeling nightfall will bring chaos in Moscow. We will see. 1,000. Surely this must be like 1,000 feet by now. Josh, I don't think any of these people have night vision. Man, maybe they're getting people in. They're shipping people in. From what military bases? Is that transponder off? Or lost tracking? Wow. What about what was going on here? Well, that's going a long way away from SVO. I think SVO is really closed. I don't think SVO is open for business. SVO. These are taking off from SVO. But then why would you have planes taking off? MC, it'd be interesting lights go out in Moscow. Why would you have planes taking off though? Where's this plane going? Unless it's going to do a big circle. Nightfall allows citizens to come out in some sense of stealth. Maybe. SU-1423 diverted, guy says. Yeah, where are these ones going then? Then they're... This is going from Turkey. This is an international flight from Turkey. If this is not going to land at SVO, then that's big. When's the next time streaming F1? Friday, Austrian GP. Is it doing a turn now? Is it going to go to VCO? What's going to happen with this plane? This is a commercial airliner from Turkey. Maybe people returning from holiday or something. Mark says, common sense civilian air traffic about to be at high risk. Yeah, we have air traffic controllers in the chat. In fact, let us know in the chat if you've done anything, if you have a job that is actually like really relevant to this, like air traffic controller, I don't know, map person, military, whatever you think is relevant. Let us know in the chat, and we'll see what we've got. If you have some expertise. Let's see where this one's going to go. Are they looping there for SVO? There's a loop. Is anyone landing at SVO? That's a takeoff at SVO. But they may want to get all the planes out of SVO. They may want to empty the airport. But this is the one. This one. Oh, no, not that one, sorry. This one. TikTok dancer. Former 11M. Don't know what that means. Oh, Nick's an airline pilot. Sorry, chat. Tyler was both military and ATC. Tyler, come on, let us know what's going on here. What's the protocol? Josh, former infantryman. Nick, airline pilot. What else have we got? Former 11B. What's an 11B? You watch my streams at work. Does that count? No. Left works at air control. See, with 2,600 people watching, we've got serious expertise here. I think I've got a lot better at geolocating. I think I must be in the top 10% worldwide for geolocating. Nice one, Gary. Glad it's going well. 11B is infantry. Okay, so we've got infantry soldiers. So, air traffic controllers, what do we think is going to happen with this plane? Does ATC issue a directive? It's like no landing at SVO. We're gonna divert you to another airport. David says you did good geolocation. Thank you. Oh, is it? What's going on with this one? It is an Aeroflot flight. Lose an airline pilot. Oh, big turn. Hang on. Is that you can't make a turn that sharp, can you? Is that just delay on the flight radar receiving transponder stuff? Dan, looks like there's already 3 planes diverted away from SVO. SVO closed for landings. Are they trying to empty the airport? Whoa, what's going on here? Maybe it's just a data thing. And are they expecting to turn it into a military airport for a long... Is there going to be a Battle of Moscow? Brandon Wagner may start freeing and assaulting prisoners into their ranks. We don't know. Nice from Josh. Let me know which short that was. Dude, it's trash software, lol. It's what we've got. Stunt pilot. Yeah, imagine the people in the back on that plane. But is it going to go into SVO? It's definitely headed there, but it's on quite a narrow heading. Wouldn't it need to come around and do an approach? Let me just check the latest as well here. Bear with me. Where is the convoy? More stuff about trenches. Where is the convoy? You talking questions? I'll do a little bit. It's a bit eerie, isn't it? It's a little bit eerie right now. SVO, what's the name of it? Is it doing another portward turn? Oops, sorry about that. Another Russian helicopter shot down, apparently. Well, and I don't know what to make of that, but yeah, we just saw the list there. The claimed takedowns of aircraft, which is quite a lot. I mean, but you think we would have seen some more footage of that or news? Let me look a bit more about this air bridge. What's happening in Rostov? Eerily quiet. Turkish flight is diverted. Can't quite see it yet, but it's not on the approach. Is it going to go straight to St. Petersburg? Is it going to go off here to St. Petersburg? Or is this transponder data not that accurate? Welcome, Domi. Anthony, no matter what happens now, Putin is done for having to call in foreign fighters to protect his capital, making the... It's quite Rome, isn't it? Again, my Roman history is not that good, but it's kind of like Roman Empire stuff. Is it me, or is the air traffic around Moscow really light at the moment? Like, really light? Yeah, we think they're just... They must be by the river. Hang on. That's the big one. That's Russian troops getting ready. Yeah, that must be going St. Petersburg way. That's not going... So SVO is closed for inbound. SVO is closed for inbound. Greg, I would say recon units in the outskirts of Moscow. Man, pretty uneasy feeling it must be, right? What's going to happen? Anyone got any call signs for incoming military traffic into SVO? This one's going to Shanghai. China Eastern. China Eastern. What reg is that? Going all the way to Shanghai, and then what we've got... Don't know where this one's going. Aviastar. Also taxiing, we've got Moscow to Tashkent. These ones must have landed before the thing, right? US airlines at this point wouldn't be sending planes into the area. Look at this China Eastern getting out there. Rat King, I expect to be woken up and hostages to be taken. Military flights not tracked. Have they turned off all transponders then? I'm surprised we're not seeing more of this. Let me search a convoy for you. But if there is a massive convoy, where is it? Oh, new footage of convoy, I think. New footage of convoy, I think. Can we geolocate this? Can we geolocate this one? Right, we back for geolocation. Who's down for some geolocation? Is there no trains in Black Sea? There might be the drone. There might be the drone in the Black Sea. No, I can't see it. Are planes still going into VKA? Maybe they'll divert into VKA. Yeah, where are these ones going to go? It's a mess. Mark, I said that's a Russian convoy. Yes, I mean that's a lot of... That does this look Wagner or Russian? Look at the anti-air on this. How are we going to geolocate this one? There's a train going over the top. The shadows are going... Hang on. I can't put... Come on, man. Late in the day, we expect the sun to be in the west. So if the sun's in the west, these cars are going down. This is Russian convoy going south. Thanks, KMA. This is a convoy going south. If the sun's in the west. Right? So, I don't think this is a Wagner convoy. Where'd it go? Hey. Maybe that's why it's been... Was this deleted or something? Okay. Maybe that's why. Why would a Russian convoy bring long anti... That's a good point, Gandalf. That's a good point. Why would they bring a long-range anti-air missiles? Maybe it was just a regular convoy going down. I don't know. There's many things. You tell me. Are they evacuating them? Do we agree on my analysis on the shadows though? Sun looks overhead, but a little bit to the... But it would be... Well, it depends what time of day this is. Depends what time of day. Run on ATMs in Moscow. What are these flights doing? Is that one going to come into SVA? No. Is it a lot of traffic going to St. Petersburg? They're all heading in. It's so busy here, isn't it? That's the one going to Shanghai. That one's Sichuan Airlines coming in. Is that one going to VKO or has it gone too far? That one might be... Isn't a VKO around here? Yeah, that one might be diverted from VKO as well. Or maybe it's coming back, I don't know. Short shadows equals noon times. Maybe a runway change at SVA. Mark, the S-300s are more used as artillery. But wouldn't you want to be really targeted here to not on your own territory? What do we think, chat? What do we think? Or it could just be really old footage. Could be really old. This was near Kolyma, which we saw a long time ago. So they're driving on the other lane. Can we see any red Vs? White V there. Looks like a police bus. Wagner tries strikes with crude tanks. They probably didn't shoot from the truck. Well, with a tank on it? No. Don't think so. Don't know. Saying outdated. What's the news saying? Bear with me. Rebellion key moment. White House update. What is a mercenary? What is sportsmanship? If that is a convoy, they've been on the road for 5 hours at the minute. How far is the convoy from Moscow? We all want to know. Let's have a look at Google Maps. There's so much conflicting. Look, what would make... Look at all this stuff here. Look at all this stuff. I think I'm surprised you haven't seen anything by the river. But you wouldn't necessarily have people there, would you? Interesting photo, isn't it? Bear with me. Russian Air Force over Moscow, RFF 966. Let me try and get that in. Don't know where my flight radar search is. Oh, there we go. Stupid. Let's track it. Am I being really stupid? There we go, show map. Right, there we go. Russian Air Force, where's that coming from? Turned on transponder there. Is that going to go into SVO? Is this going to come into SVO? Is this going to be the first light stand at SVO for a long time? How you doing? Oh, I've still got... Oh, my nuggets have gone. My nuggets master's pit. I'm not hungry anyway. You can use that to geolocate. Hang on a second. Bear with me. Let me see what's coming in. See if we've got anything I can show you. We're still looking, Sean. We're still looking for you. Still looking for you. Wow, this is just busy. Why aren't Russia showing the convoy? They might be. We haven't seen anything in Rostov for a while, but I'll do another search. It's gone eerily quiet. It's gone eerily quiet. It doesn't make any sense. We saw them at in the queue. Need some this elevator music. Actually, good for this, isn't it? Where is this plane going? Is it transponder off and it's just sort of continuing on the software? Quite low, isn't it? 7,000 feet. Haven't seen that one yet, Cloudy. The calm before the storm. Maybe negotiations? Maybe press conference? not a sight you see every day. Is that at the petrol station? It looks kind of like a petrol station setup. Oh. Not saying it's fake, just weird. So where is this one headed then, if not heading to Moscow? If we see transponder go off again, then presumably it's made a turn in. Is that going into SVO? No. Military airplanes of any significance can be controlled by an AWACS style plane and would be on flight radar. Oh, is he making a port turn? Quite a bank turn here, 6,000 feet. Is it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Baku from London circling at Romania. Unusual, we'll check it out. There's no railway bridges going on the M4. Top work, Mixtify. Did you go over the whole M4 and find that out? In which case that's probably not very relevant footage, because it does make sense. If it's going southward with anti-air. BBC News saying Russians have detained Wagner's leader. Surely not. Can we get a confirmation on that? That would be the biggest news of today. That would be massive. They have a line for cash and alcohol. Like it. Yeah, we have a Discord, but it's sim racing Discord really. Lots of stuff coming in the chat. I don't know what to believe or not. Steve, any ideas how friends from Mississippi could help? I don't know. Fake news. Fake news. That's why we've got the best chat in the game here. Nothing gets past our chat. Where's this plane going? What's this one circling over Romania? I'll just keep an eye on it maybe. Let us know if something usual happens. Is it going into VCO? Maybe it's going to come into VCO. Welcome HPG. Well, there's a convoy rolling in, but we just don't know where it is. That's Chechens we've seen before. This is new footage. This is new. Oh, this is the footage. No, it's not new. This is the footage from the other side that we saw earlier. We might see what happened to this other guy. Is the other guy standing there casually? Hang on. Where's the other guy? These are the people that were in the Z-Mark car, right? I'm drinking a bubble tea. The plane's a Russian military plane. Aziz, we're gonna have to ban you for fake news. That's it. Hardcore, he's gone. Searching the car. Any chance all this talk on Wagner is simply diversion? Could be, could still be, but to what gain, I don't know. Our expertise, tiny experts. There's a second plane. Anything coming into... What's going on here? Is that when they put the second guy down? I'm gonna sneeze. Nice. Has anyone sneezed in front of 2,600 people, by the way? Crazy. Russian state no longer exists. Not sure about that one. That's a different angle of a arrest we saw earlier. Is this a new one? I'm not sure this is a new one. Not sure this is a new one. Scotty, I work on the Radio Sneezenet. Okay, nice. What is going on? A lot of this we've seen already. This is new. That we've seen, okay. Live UA push message, let's have a look, we'll go to it. What's going on in live UA? Police cordons. Lukashenko had talks with Prigozhin, agreed to halt Wagner advance. Not sure where that's come from, but we can certainly have a look for it. Reports are coming in, but I'm not sure about this. Talks last a whole day. Would that really happen with Belarus? I mean, that's a great coup, for Belarus that they can do it. Is it getting confirmed elsewhere? Let's have a look. Not that I can see. Not that I can see. It's a TASS announcement, okay. Maybe go straight to TASS. But TASS is Russian media, isn't it? Not sure, not sure. Is Lukashenko maybe, hang on, Lukashenko is trending. Has he managed to broker something here? What do we think, chat? Do we think fake news or real news? It's not totally implausible. If the relationship with Putin and Prigozhin is broken down, Kama says troll farm elements. Now saying real news. What do we think? Let us know in the chat. Real news, fake news. If Lukashenko is Putin's ally, it could be a disinformation tactic to trick. Okay. Southern Stable saying fake. Sapient news. Weekend fake news. Remember, BBC and stuff will take more time to report it. Vlatka doesn't trust Lukashenko. John Bryant saying real. Ed, it's all or nothing at this point. Fake, Chris. Thomas says fake. Oval says fake. Rebel says fake. Josh saying fake. Bansi saying Al Jazeera reported it. Highlander propaganda. Cloudy saying fake. Fake, fake, fake. But even then, imagine if this news spreads in Russia. and what that does to the balance. And John saying it's on BBC News. We didn't see it last time we checked. Is this something that's just spreading? Wagner knows it's fake. Fog of war. What's going on in Rostov? Is it designed to do a ceasefire in Rostov? Thanks, Blacker. Thanks for the update, Brandon. Sky News reporting the same. Let's see. BBC reporting it. Surely we'll get some reports on this. Surely we'll get some reports. Who do you talk to if Putin is gone? Psychic needs Shogo to be removed. Ricky, I agree. They have passed negotiation threshold. I don't know. It could still back down from here. I think. Could still back down. If it were to completely de-escalate from here, I think Russia would have saved enough face, and it's not cataclysmic. Whereas I don't think there's a way out for Prigozhin. Lewis saying Red Square in lockdown. It does show how vulnerable Russia is, but they can say, oh yeah, we need to reshape the military or something. Guys, Sky News, Wagner Group rebellion en route to Moscow, hit by artillery and helicopter fire. Mystery plane leaves Russian capital. John, is it fake news? We don't know. Mr. Fire reports of something or someone descending via parachute at Moscow outskirts. I don't think Wagner would have the ability to do that, right? Has that plane gone off call sign? Any more coming in from here? Where is this plane going? Is it going to go to an airport at the south? Is that where they're going to drop off troops? Oh, my nuggets are back. Hot. Everyone on Twitter is calling it fake news as well. We just don't know. We'll have to see. Prigozhin went out and said that he didn't agree in any Lukashenko deals. I just don't know. That would be pretty big though. Let's see, Brandon, what's going on? What's the news saying? What's the news saying? We've got to find the news. Man, doing news is hard. RT News. Do we trust RT News? So, as per Russian state media TASS, Lukashenko held talks ahead of Wagner. Sorry. A profitable and acceptable option for solving the situation has been developed with security guarantees for PMC fighters. Why would Lukashenko be the one brokering that? Great for Lukashenko, isn't it? Tyler can't trust the news at face value. Let's see. Not a lot of updates there. They're waiting to verify it. What are those guys doing in the road? They're blocking. They're preventing, trying to stop the convoy from reaching Moscow. No SU Yang Wu, thanks for joining. Translation error. I'm not sure. What I saw from Taz was that it had been accepted. But we haven't seen any. To be honest, we haven't seen new footage for, I don't know, an hour or two. Let's be honest. Like nothing, which is unusual. Nothing in Rostov, but you think in Rostov there might be people in back in where they live and filming out the windows and stuff. That one we've seen. Don't know if there's anyone here that we... Is that the same guy? Hang on. Is that the same guy we saw earlier? Not the one at the front. The one on the right there. He's been kicked, I don't know. Check 1-1, sir. Negotiation going on. Well, we spoke before about negotiations, whether they were going to happen or not. Southern Sables Wagner cannot stop at this point. They want to achieve what they want to achieve, right? Unless they really want to achieve a regime change, then there's nothing you can negotiate. But that's not what they've been saying. They want to change the military approach. There's no way Prigozhin can be forgiven by Putin after this. Yeah, it's a big... So hang on. If there are negotiations, then Putin looks really weak. A, he hasn't even done the negotiations. B, said they're going to be brought to justice. So, when you think of it from that angle, Putin looks super weak, doesn't he? Thanks, KMO. How far is Rostov's about 14 hours away, we think, but we know that the convoy is a lot closer around here. If they make it to Moscow, he will look like an absolute idiot. Is that the one that we had earlier, transponder off or something? I think the Russian plane did, yeah. We've seen this before on off transponders. What are we thinking about the Lukashenko news? Any further reporting? Was it in person? Was Lukashenko down there? That's Lukashenko. Is this really old footage? That's Belarus. So that's a long way from... This is old footage. I'm pretty sure this is just like stock footage. Rebel, the Joint Chiefs seem convinced it's still escalating. They have cancelled trips to the Middle East over this conflict. No independent verification left. Al Jazeera saying Wagner leader will continue to head to Moscow. Where is he? Has he caught up with the convoy now? Would he go in a super fast car and catch up? Saying at the moment there is a draft of an acceptable solution situation with the Wagner PMC with security guarantees. Highlander apparently on the outskirts of Moscow. Let us know location if you can. Elvis saying Prigozhin an audio message to avoid bloodshed. We are returning our convoys to base. Honestly, we're in information chaos now. It's just information chaos. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Belarus president says promoting accepted de-escalation. Briefed Lukashenko in the morning. We got to hear from Prigozhin now. Keep saying his name wrong. Yeah, this is old footage. This is 100% old footage. It's in Belarus. De-escalation is not surrender, but you lose momentum. This would be it for the coup. This would be it. This would be terminal for the coup, wouldn't it? We need to hear it from Prigozhin. I'm having another chicken nugget reheated. Yeah. Marco, yeah, we got confirmation from Wagner. Reuters on it. Let's have a look. That's different. We've got to have a look at Lukashenko. It's all about Lukashenko, this. Who's... what? Surely there would be a press announcement on this. This is Kiev Post. But this is a bit like sus. Not sus, but slack, isn't it? Lukashenko's press. They should really start it by saying Lukashenko's press report has announced that. But they might have other sources that believe it's really credible. Putin looks weak. It's not Ryan saying it's finished. Prigozhin is going home. No worries, Noah Cox. Don't even know how long we've been streaming for. Oh, it's only 5 hours in this stream. 5 hours and we've got 150,000 people have come through the stream. Mad. Al Jazeera reporting Wagner turnaround. Belgian media reporting it. Belgian media. Let's see. I haven't got anything here. I don't know. They're just taking the reports from one to another so they get the clicks, views. Okay, chat. 2,600 people watching. Do we believe it's true that there has been a de-escalation agreement, or do we believe it's false? Just let me know true or false. True de-escalation or false? What do we think? Not true. To go to... oh my god. False. No. Basically, everyone's saying false. Basically, look at that. Everyone's saying false. Look. Oh, true. I don't know. Fair enough, say I don't know. I think I'm seeing more false. I'm seeing a lot more false. Black is saying Prigozhin himself confirmed. We need to get that. Because surely he would do it as soon as possible. Thanks, Blacker. I'm not seeing it. Do a poll. We have a poll. Okay, I just gotta do a poll. Do a poll. Hang on. There you go. There you go. You wanted the poll. Have your democracy. Prigozhin, we deploy our columns and go in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan. The comedy is over. I don't know what that means. BBC breaking news turn back. These are the reports attributed. Well, I mean, if this is not true, that's massive. If it's true, I reckon this is the end of the coup. So he may have got a really good deal. And if it is true, Putin just looks weaker than ever before. Wow. No, BBC is literally on the page, Rebel Gaming. What does that do to the poll? Oh, 68% on the poll. But what if you're reading this? Then, look, my instinct is normally when you get to this stage, they tend to be true. They tend to be true. That's just my gut instincts from covering this sort of stuff. Because it's unusual for people to go, for these news organisations to go back on their word, like to say, "Oh, that we reported something that wasn't true." Yeah, good on quotation. But the thing is, it's about momentum here. So if they stop or pause, then momentum's gone for them. Maybe there was some fighting in Rostov or something. Can't see. Surely it's the end of Prigozhin. It must be the end of Wagner. I don't understand how you negotiate anything, because the Russians can't trust Wagner ever again. They can't afford to make them stronger. Right? Edgar Prigo is in it for the money. Why wouldn't he make a deal? Prigozhin retweeted deal not accepted. I don't think he's on Twitter. He's on Telegram. Vlatko, it's hard for me to believe that either side. I said this would not last one way or another, but we still don't know for sure yet. Claudio, if Prigozhin accepted to end the coup, he'll most likely be arrested or assassinated. He knows who he's dealing with. BBC updated on here? Not on here. Why AP confirming it as well? In an audio message, it looks like audio messages come out. There we go. I think that's some momentum done. I really think that's some momentum done. I don't know who. I don't know who comes out of this stronger, because in a way he looks strong because he's got a deal, but on the other hand, his whole company is now no longer viable. So this is the thing, he went so far, he committed himself so far. The only result for him really would have been to go all the way. No, I think he does audio quite a lot. I don't know what to make of this. They were going to dismantle. I just don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not sure they agreed to go back, or maybe they met more resistance and they were like, no, can't do it. Maybe it was always the plan. Maybe that was when he says according to the plan, He doesn't say here that he's agreed to anything. He says according to the plan. So is he trying to say the plan was always to go and scare them and then go into back to the camps? MSNB saying convoy. So, well, we haven't got any eyes on the convoy. So the thing is, if this is all, no, this has to be. I think there's too many sources now. I think there's too many sources. Phoenix, he can also agree to turn around the convoy, but still going ahead with it. I don't know if this was always the plan. Military brinksmanship on full display. They were going to dismantle Wagner. Yeah, we need some footage. Denise saying this is one of the biggest blackmail plots in history. We need some footage here. We need to see columns turning back or something. It's quite difficult to know what that means, but it's a stall tactic by one or the other. And the ultimate thing would be just misinformation and then they're still going, but R445, what effect does it have on the Russian population? Well, it shows how vulnerable the state is, really, doesn't it? Not sure how much MSNBC will really know. Unless it's a fake audio thing, but I don't think so. Puppet of Kiev, the plan may be to entice Ukraine to push forward. Surprising fake news, Wagner continues. Not fake, bro. Bro, I think this was a propaganda push. Captain, there's no way he just walked that much just to give up at the end. It looked like from the statement he was saying that was his plan. Oh man. Wrong bar. Get back to GT, dude. You get back to GT, dude. Thanks for all subscribers, sir. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, not subscribed, we'll definitely do a lot more of these. So hit that subscribe button. What is it? They were going to dismantle. Blah blah blah. Now the moment has come with blood may spill. That's why we're gonna. Hasn't he just massively embarrassed Russia then? Which is kind of his modus operandi. That's what he's the person that says, "Oh, Russia are not telling the truth about the war, and more people are dying than Russia are saying." Waiting for reinforcement. Old dog says, heard one backing off. That's what's being reported. Do we know where the convoy is currently? I think it's a bit suspicious that we didn't see that convoy hit the river. Thanks, Brandon. Chronicles BS. Motorsport Magpie. He's shown that it's easier to walk through Russia than walk through Ukraine. So what happens now? It is 8:46 in Russia. Does Putin still look strong here? Does Putin look strong? Has he managed to do some negotiation masterclass and keep everyone happy? Is it possible the whole thing was staged? Is it possible the whole thing was staged? Could it be, and why? So everyone's saying staged. John's saying yes, but why? But I need to know the whys. Ed, I was thinking first could be staged. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we've seen helicopters being shot at and stuff like that. Nice, it could all be a setup and save face. Flaxy, yes, but no idea why. Ricky, the whole thing looks shady as hell. Yeah, and the oil refinery. We will see. Neo and Prigozhin has deeply embarrassed Putin and Sugar in their own backyard and just walks back to a field. Is he looking like a Don here? Surely Prigozhin is looking like... He's looking like the most powerful man in Russia right now. Right? He's come all this way and he's forced Putin and the state to capitulate. Phantom says no way he's left alive off this, but right now, he's got. It looks like he's getting everything he wants. He went all in, and he actually is still going. Chrissy, I believe it was Lukashenko coming in with a negotiation. Who would have thought that at the beginning of the day? Lukashenko, people just like, oh, he's out of the country. What's this dance? It looked like a theatre scene. Bobalog saying he's not returned to base. Prigozhin declined the de-escalation. VK saying staged. Definitely not on my bingo card. There's been so many twists and turns today. Who had on the bingo card Lukashenko broker's deal? And what happens now? Doesn't Lukashenko come out of this looking the strongest? Actually. Welcome on new subscribers. Isn't this... Yeah, Lukashenko looks like a... Don. Wow, who could have predicted this? I can't. I'm still like in a bit of shock, to be honest. He basically, what he's done is mad. He called the bluff of the Russian state. Set his tanks on the motorway, barged the blockades out the way, shot down helicopters, got within 200 Ks, and was like, okay, now give me what I want. The further he went, the more sort of leverage he had, right? But what happens now to everyone who has... Because that is treason, right? Or it depends how you message it. Like, do the fighters now get better pay and better support? Literally, you got Colfin, it was almost there and turned around. His statement made it sound like he... that was always the plan for him. Okay, if that was staged, for what reason and between whom was there a plan B? I don't have the answers. This is like the most insane situation. Mystified, this is a big question now. If they leave Rostov and they don't, yeah, what is there going to be? What about the Chechens there? Maybe the Chechens were the difference? I don't know. Wow, but what if you're someone plotting in the Kremlin, you want to overthrow Putin? This is like, this shows that how vulnerable, you know, he is. Boxing fan, now Putin knows who's disloyal to him. I don't understand how Putin. I don't understand how Putin and I don't understand they can just like coexist. Fake coup d'etat. Excuse me, in Rostov, the Wagner group was clearing the streets of civilians right before this, as they were preparing to fight the Chechens who just arrived at the outskirts of the city. Soprano, Prigozhin wants the war in Ukraine to end. I just don't. I'm honestly, I feel like I think there's some 5D chess going on here. I feel like there's some 5D chess going on. He basically he shut down Moscow. Ed, exactly. If you read all of that, then it's all or nothing, you would assume, right? You can't attack your own homeland and being called out treason. Yeah, I mean, but then Putin said they're going to be tried for treason, brought to justice. So if they don't, he looks really weak. Southern, we're chasing our tails. Has anyone in chat got any other explanation? Ross saying math's not adding up. Anyone in chat got any other explanation here? I just don't know. I really don't know. Hang on, let me check some other sources. Not Q, maybe this was Putin's plan. Maybe he could say, look, the military's just not very good. Remember that he didn't insult or he didn't call out Putin directly in his speech that he did, right? All it requires now, right, is we need press conference from Putin. And if Putin comes and said, look, I brokered this deal, you know, I managed to get everyone done, then he can sort of save some face. Did they go all the way up the mountain and then the stakes were just too high? ACA, we'll see him on Daily SA. Neither Putin No, I'm sorry. This is like the Russians have been doing 5D chess for hundreds of years. Rebel, this is either some serious political showmanship or we're suffering from news trying to break news as fast as they can for verifying. I feel like the news has been broken enough that it's true, probably. Why didn't they never attack the convoy? I feel like the fact they never attacked it showed that the convoy was going to make real progress, and that's why they had to agree to negotiate. Don't think it's a fake. Neil, Putin is humble tonight while Prigozhin is king. What's going on with right deal? I'm not sure the news is spreading like any quicker than it would otherwise. Lukashenko, man. Wall Street Journal. We need to get something a bit newer though. Maybe Putin realised that it's just he needs to give up the generals. It wasn't worth losing the whole his whole government over a couple of generals. They both end up looking like shills. Do you think they were in it? I don't know. Could that helicopter thing have been a bit staged? I don't know. What does this also mean for Ukraine as well? I really don't think this is good news for Ukraine war. Because everyone's going to want to appear more competent in the military. Corey, how does Putin flip this to make him look stronger? I think he shows that he did this deal. And no one in Russia needs to worry. He sorted it out. Don't worry about it. Welcome, Jamie Blevo, to Legend, by the way. Thanks so much for becoming a member. Hope you've been enjoying the streams. What an absolute roller coaster. Roller coaster. Let us know what your thoughts are. Thanks so much for becoming a legend. Membership of the channel. Always very much appreciated. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. Trying to find out. Hang on. What is going on? So, oh, man. We thought something was happening. Yeah, welcome, Jamie. I think the de-escalation is real. I really do. I really do. What weird flight? Oh, that's going around Ukraine. Where's it going? It's going into Georgia? Or is it going to Grozny? Waz thinks it's true. Thomas, Shogo and Garrison will probably be punished by a military tribunal. Ooh, is that being reported? Matthew Mikowski, this is nonsense. What are the terms of the deal? So he got what he's got what he wanted. He did all of this to get what he wanted. It's what he said. He said, "Look, bring me. I want to see change here, and otherwise I'll go to Moscow." That's crazy. He literally stuck to his guns, right? But think of all the people that defected or might have gone a bit silent. Spooky, yeah, it's spooky, isn't it? Do we think, by the way, in chat, do we think this reached coup levels? Has the threshold for a coup been reached? Or is it mutiny, or is it rebellion? Defection? Stephen, anything that actually claims they know anything at this point is lying. Everything is in the dark and there's a whole lot. Yeah, it's a very uneasy time, isn't it? Wagner would be redeployed out of Russia and Ukraine to Africa. Attempted coup. Coup. Probably. No coup, change of power. Well, it hasn't been attempted coup. Staged. Mutiny. Dan says no coup. Did he ever mention Putin? He didn't until Putin's speech, and then he went, right, that's it. Well, I'm going to go to Moscow now. Ed says, definitely armed anti-air convoy heading to the capital. Doesn't sound like it's for a barbecue. Rebellion. No attempt of a coup either. Attempt means failed. Sandra, I simply find it strange that Luka was even involved. It's very weird, isn't it? It's like out of left field. But it's almost like if Putin wasn't able to the relationship was obviously bad. They weren't able to negotiate. Didn't Zelensky didn't Ukraine do some negotiations with Belarus? Yeah, I mean, it might be straightforward. This is what he wanted. He took all of his troops, said, right, we're going to go to Moscow until they give us what I want. And then he got a call as he got close to the river saying, right, okay, you can have it. Just stop, please. In which case, it would have been better to give him that early on, right? That's what I said about 12 hours, 15 hours ago, right? To stop it going this far, they could have just at the beginning said, right, well, don't worry, we're going to sort this out. Thomas, it could be diversion. Danish mainstream says Wagner Group has stopped and they're on the road to Moscow at the same time. Over how can anyone trust Putin again? That's another thing, like, if he gives up his generals. But this one you can kind of swing because you can say to your defense ministers, look, you didn't do a very good job of defending us against these this coup, did you? Gabriel, what's happening? Gabriel, it's all, honestly, it's all change. For a diversion, it'd be very, very expensive. I'm not sure in the scheme of things. Misinformation on all sides. It was interesting how that news broke, right? Crazy. So now Russian troops in Ukraine have to watch their back. It's just the consequences of this are, I'm trying to run it through in my head, but it's... Yeah, do you think some of those soldiers, they go to Moscow anyway, like, oh, we're so close to Moscow, let's just go. Not for, just to, like, stay for the weekend. If Putin gets rid of the two generals, who will take their place? Well, it sounds like Prigozhin wants to have influence on that, or maybe he wants to be up there. Yeah, that looks a bit Fabi Mega. No worries, Kui. No statements from the Kremlin, but yeah, that's what we would expect to see next. Like actual statements saying this is what's going to happen. Don't worry. Brand saying blockade still up. I don't think it's very likely that this is a ruse and they're actually still going to roll in. I think this is solid news. Welcome, noob. Being's not believing anything till I heard it from Wagner himself. Sharp, Putin cannot bring himself to tell Shogis his point with him. He's giving Shogis marching orders via Lukashenko. Ricky says something way bigger. M. Shorts, it's not that complicated. It's been negotiated in advance. Man. Do we see a copy of... Not a copy, like... Well, like, more details on it? Let me have a look at some more sources. Bear with me. Obviously some intense negotiations. The other thing is, what does Prigozhin do now? Does he just keep control of Rostov? Is he like, yeah, I'll have that base, please? What does this mean? What does this mean for everything? When they say fall back to the camps, are they now like a... Yeah. Do they now? Can they now go where they want? They have this impunity. They can just roll around. RT saying in Rostov they're packing up. Wow. Do you think we'll all wake up tomorrow and it will just be like, did that all happen? Did it all happen or not? Kelly saying this is a lie. Photos, nice COUP, bro. He got what he wanted. He's got exactly what he asked for here. It's negotiation techniques of a warlord, isn't it? Some unconfirmed source say Shiego's rested already. We'll have a look. You remind me of Richard Hammond. What? Bear with me. The deal seems odd. Did I spell that wrong? Hang on. My bad. Oh, the Wagner convoy is not moved, they said. So maybe that's negotiation. Wow, is it just all a big power play? Is it all a big power play? Because you're a warlord and that's what warlords do. But you just shown the world, like, just at the speed you can get to Moscow. I think Wagner will never return to base camps. Maybe a bait. We need to see a press release from the Kremlin, I think, to confirm this is what's happening. Make your enemy think you're weak. Sandy makes Putin look very bad. Zidane saying Wagner doing the right thing. He's kind of played it straight. He's like, this. I said I was going to do this. Mad. Rusty, so what is really happening? It looks like he's got what he wanted, which is he wanted changes at the top of the Russian military. But his way of pushing for that was so dramatically over the top and like all in that he's completely undermined the Russian state and he's completely undermined Putin. But I think he's been asking for a long time for this, and so he's like, right, that's it. I'm literally going to take my tanks to the capital. It's a great sort of warning again for PMCs and stuff like that. Captain, not sure what to believe. For sure, the momentum of the coup is, I think, just gone. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it shows that there is I don't know. Henry, the criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped. Yeah, I mean, that came out, wasn't it, yesterday, that he's criminal case against him. Chrissy, this is the mass stage Hollywood style. I don't want to speculate on anything. It's of course Saturday today. Oh, it's just a criminal warlord, nothing else. Yeah, what about the Chechens? So what's going on down in Rostov? Is that awkward? They went all this way, arrived. David, it smells bad, this one. Will they cancel the free day? Asking the real questions. Sorry, no more public holiday tomorrow. Wow, and they closed the inbound traffic at the airports. I don't know, man. What does Putin say in his statement? What does he say? He must say, like, you know, his last statement was like, this is unacceptable, we're going to bring them to justice. I think I know what he says. I think he says, you know, they came to their senses and stopped. You know, we will still bring them to justice. But the most important thing was that the brave people stood up against him or something, right? Is that what he says? Rebels going to remain skeptical on the legitimacy until Monday. Bennett says, bunch of roads destroyed for nothing. Yeah. Fill those holes back in. Ricky, lies don't make sense. John saying huge breakthrough, didn't he? Blacker Wagner won on points. I think Wagner have just, yeah, they've outmaneuvered Russia here. Ricky called them traitor. He called them traitor, called it treason, but he did say you need to stop. but it's kind of the way that Putin didn't go any further. Remember, we were saying it was kind of a bit wasn't the strongest statement, but I just wonder if there's a way that everyone saves face, and then what is the point? Is the point to mobilize more troops? Say, look, we need to actually we need to make the Russian army stronger. No worries, Jamie. Check out my my guide on that. Gives you all the tips. Ricky, look over here. Bennett, very bizarre. This deal is very suspicious. Either Luca played 5D chess, or this is just disinformation. It's that news. I'm pretty sure is solid news. Love wins. Neither party can be trusted. Could this still be a bluff? It could still be a bluff by Prigozhin if he's like, we're gonna make them fall into a lull, think we're turning back, and then we're actually gonna go. But that would be extraordinary. That would be really extraordinary. Gerasimov reported being agreed upon in order to stop the march of Wagner. Yeah, that's what it's saying here. Tula governor gave it. Yeah, what happens in Rostov? This is on M11. Don't know if anyone knows where the M11 is. Jamie, I don't think it's a bluff, but does need some resolution. Tech, it's done. It appears so. Not sure people are disappointed as a unexpected, trying to work out what's happening, what's happened. I don't think anyone expected this, but we did say, look, this is what he's asking for. This is what he wants. Chris, I can't imagine how awful it must be for Chechen special forces right now. Captain still think it's suspicious. I'm not. I think he's just got what he wanted. It's sort of it's a good example of negotiation, right? Negotiation is a lot easier if you have leverage. Wonder where Wagner will go. We don't know. One of the sources we read said they don't want to be in Ukraine. It happened too quickly. Dr. Elvis, that's his state to go. He never said it was a coup. He said it was a march for justice, right? Carl, I bet they put him in a leadership role now. Rock Tyson, no party involved in this can be trusted to tell the truth. But maybe maybe Putin wanted to get rid of the generals. Is this the best way for Putin to get rid of his generals and put in whoever he wants? Is this going back to Tel Aviv, this one? What do we think about that? Is this the best cover for Putin to get rid of his generals? He's like, look, they were going to go to Moscow, no hard feelings, but I had to get rid of you. Stanley says yes. Guy says I think yes. Exo, this might be as it happened before. Define saying no out of character. If it was just real, it wouldn't stop all of a sudden. Well, it has. If you get a negotiation, that's how it works, right? It stopped. Need to see some sort of press release, right? Maybe they didn't want to escalate the war. Maybe they want to escalate the war. Let's have a look at this. RT on the ground. Is it a bit suspicious that RT on the ground? Is that suspicious? Shogu's policy differences with Putin. Is this the same corner where we saw the person throwing their water bottles? Looks like they got graffiti on their truck. Hey man, what's happening to the jet? No idea what's happening to the jet. But the thing is, like, what about all the people that fled? What about anyone that got on a private jet, went out? What about generals that went dark? What about anyone that, you know, wasn't supportive or something in Putin? He also says not suspicious as everything is planned ahead by the military. I don't know. What about defectors? Well, this is the thing. They must... What if you're Russian army and you're like, oh, hang on, why are the defectors going to get paid? And I don't know. What about released prisoners? I'm not sure that was ever really confirmed. What about the 10 generals taking side with Prigozhin? I don't know if anyone remembers any names that they were starting to side like that. But think of anyone that was down there and defected, like the police or stuff like that. Was a test to oust any would-be defectors. And they just wrap it all up in a bow. Redbid reports of SFB already raiding homes of Wagner chiefs. Not sure about that. Remember, SFB did raid the offices, though, of Wagner. Puppet. Putin's laissez-faire leadership is just a facade. Yeah, what happens in Rostov as well? Well, this might be it. Hang on, here. I'm taking a photo. So how do you unlock the phone? His statement is reviewed in his Telegram channel more than 3 million times. I think this is very much confirmed. Looks like the missing episode of Black Mirror. Yeah, that they did raid that headquarters. It's high. I think it's high stakes brinksmanship. Really high stakes brinksmanship where it's like when you, let's say you want something, people do this and they say, oh, if you don't do this, I'll do this, and something like insane, like I'll throw, you know, your keyboard out the window or something. And then you actually go to the window and you're about to throw it, and the person's like, oh no, okay, fine. It's just that with big military hardware and, you know, tens of thousands of soldiers. But same concept, isn't it? Yeah, what does Shoigu do now? Does this lead to a, you know, does he try and do some sort of thing with the military? Because Putin looks weak. Does he say, look, we can't trust Putin, we can't trust either of them. They're both doing treason. Information case Russian bread and butter, but Jesus Christ. Tim, maybe we're all looking too deep. Maybe everyone involved is just bumbling idiots. Maybe no one is only playing 5D chess but not even playing checkers. Maybe they're playing marbles. Maybe, never count it out. They haven't agreed not to find out. Yeah, it looks like there's a agreement. But the thing is, right, I don't know. It's very clean, isn't it? But then it's only one column. There was no fighting, so it's easy to stop it. It's like you just go to the commander at the top, say, right, stop the column. We've got what we wanted. Just stop and go back to base. It's not like there's a wide front. Yeah, it's all politics at the top. Playing tiddlywinks. He looks strong now though. He looks strong and he makes Putin look weak. Yeah, there were some images of planes shot down, but you just never know in the fog of war. Like it could have been something different. It could have been footage over Ukraine or something. Riri, can someone give an overview of narratives from Wagner's point of view? So it looks like Wagner weren't happy with Shoigu, who wanted to, I think, dissolve them or basically stop them. So they wanted to, basically cement their independence and get the support they needed. And that's what they're trying now to get Shoigu out of the Russian military. Putin's regime has been shown to be weak. Misinformation is a great deal in modern warfare, yeah. RT's on the ground, always a little bit suspicious. Yeah, we've seen this before. But what about the people that went out really hard in support of Wagner in Russia? Now it's like, okay. I think we'll see a statement from Putin looking a lot calmer and saying the traitors have been stopped. Blah blah blah. Ocean Man, that was just wild, yeah. Why would Lukashenko have any power? He did it. Belarus is doing stuff with Ukraine. It happens all the time. You have media intermediaries doing these negotiations. Oh, Drew's unsubscribed. Oh dear. Let me ban you from the channel then. Make it easy. Yeah, we've seen before. This makes a lot of sense. But are they going to... What happens if Shoigu doesn't want to resign? If he doesn't want to resign, then... So the whole thing now rests on him really resigning, doesn't it? He's a dead man walking now. Yeah, it's a power play at the top of the Russian military, just played out in public. Neil Knight, Putin is weaker out of all this, as he declared Prigozhin a state traitor on national TV this morning by afternoon, lets him call the shots and walk away. I think that will get forgotten. I honestly think that will get forgotten. I think it will just people... I don't know. I feel like there'll be a minor detail. And he didn't call him out. He didn't call him out by name. He can still say, look, there were some bad actors there, but Prigozhin he came to his senses and stopped it. There was no bloodshed. He might say that. Today's a good day for Russia. Now let's be more united than ever. Maybe he says that. And then yeah, maybe Prigozhin, falls off a balcony. Wagner down helis, but none of that was massively. I don't know. It looked like Russia were quite restrained, right? Russia didn't. They're going through the checkpoints. There was a lot of restraint generally. Domi says, I shall say that I will not unsubscribe. Oh, very nice. I didn't actually ban him, I just hit him. Mystify, it's only a matter of time until Putin ego builds up again until they make some sort of travel Wagner again. I don't know, man. This is like... It depends what's going to happen with the military and what does it mean for the military approach in Russia. Article saying Russian regular army guys weren't going to fight. Christopher, could this have been a elaborate giant false flag? Maybe. Daniel, what about the blown vehicles? Thank you so much, Daniel. I mean, there really wasn't, in the scheme of things, there wasn't a huge amount of damage, and they called it a march for justice. That's they were just rolling down the highway. Yeah, Wagner Group can. Well, you can see here on Telegram. Oval, hear me out. What if it was really a march and not a coup? Well, that's what they said at face value. Yeah, this stream's brought to you by Xbox. Click, click, boom. Is this resolved now? The dust settling? To be honest, yes. It looks like they've agreed a framework where they will. It seems to me on paper they've agreed a framework on which they'll stop marching on Moscow, but they're not going to march on Moscow now. The momentum's gone, in my opinion. But the difficulty now is see what happens if Shoigu says I don't want to resign, then Prigozhin looks really weak again because now he's lost all his momentum, and they'll just arrest him. They'll surround him and arrest him. So this could still end up blowing in Prigozhin's face because he's now given up all the leverage. He now actually doesn't have a whole... if they're going to leave Rostov, he doesn't have a lot of leverage. So you have to assume that Shoigu's been arrested immediately. Right? It's still possible that Putin can just pull an absolute, 5D here and get everything he wants, keep Shoigu and gets rid of Prigozhin. Yeah, we can move the Lukashenko stuff. Let's have a look at let's load up, let's go home. They look so happy they got what they wanted. They got the flag. Saturday night. I have no idea what's going on. Reaching Moscow would have been symbolic for Prigozhin. Yeah, it would have put him down in history, but to me he doesn't seem to be like a man who cares too much about history. He cares more about practicalities and money and business, if that makes sense. Maybe if he was someone more about legacy and everything, he would have gone for those reasons. Where was the Russian Air Force? They were, well, some of them were shot down. Flash TV, it doesn't make any sense as Putin called him a traitor and to put him in jail. He didn't call him out specifically though. He said the traitors will be brought to justice. Please stop. And then they stopped. And now there's a deal that you can say, both sides can say that they got a good deal. Yes, the march has stopped. You can see here. What a crazy, crazy series of events. Absolutely mad. And going back to Africa, they don't want to go into Ukraine. I mean, that could be practically quite bad for Russia. Article: imagine if the CEO of Blackwater declared intention to march on Washington DC, shot down multiple US Air Force aircraft, and then given legal immunity. Yes, that is that a very good analogy. That's it. The deal must be very good. The deal's on the page then, the top right. Dimitri's Hayfron's just joined. He's pulling his troops back. He's stopping advancing. Domi says, why would this not be looking bad for Putin? Because he can say that he sort of stopped this thing. It's maybe a weird way of looking at it, but if you think about the outcome is that, yeah, the coup didn't happen. Gives up the latest. It's all on the top right there. Dimitri's stopping advancing, exactly. Captain, if this is all real, it isn't over. More stuff will happen next few days if it's real. Mark, I guess, yeah, Shogu's in big... To say he's in trouble is an understatement. He is not in a good place. Just hope there's no war, Rahul. Lucas says it's over, no chance of Wagner. Again, there's so many things going on here, but you know, this can't be good for Wagner because they cannot be trusted now. They cannot be trusted. They have a lot of short-term leverage to get something to stop them from doing a coup. So they could almost ask for anything, but they now cannot be trusted by the Russian government, and neither can Prigozhin. So, I mean. It's just, is it the end of Wagner, really? Is your channel pro-Putin? No. Does that answer your question? RBS says Wagner retreat will be pointless if Putin screws this up. I don't think they'll go about. I think coups are about momentum. There are some circumstances in which it could happen again. If Prigozhin is not happy about the deal, he can say, right, the deal's off, they haven't complied, we go again, and rekindle it. But you can even imagine the mental, like, okay, we go again, and stuff like that. The channel is pro speed, yes. Putin will make sure Wagner is done. Gustavo says Wagner wins anyways. Okay, let me know in the chat if you think Wagner come out of this looking stronger long term. Let me know how and why you think that. I'm gonna sneeze. No, I'm good. Let me know how and why you think that Wagner come out of this stronger. Okay, everyone's saying no. So if you don't think Wagner looks strong, do you think that Putin looks strong? And if you don't think Putin looks strong, do you think that no one looks strong? This is the thing, right? One does simply not defy the Kremlin to live tell a tale. That is a historic truth, isn't it? Nick Bear, no, they will be slowly dismantled. There's no really way Wagner to survive this. I think Wagner more control of the military. Unless they embed themselves in the military. Age PG, there are rumours for de-escalation. Yep, you can see it on the top right there. Deal. It's too early to make an assumption, Demetrius says. Bennett says both look weak. Pulan says Wagner looks strong if Kremlin doesn't do it. Yeah, but... man. Maybe this... Because didn't Shogu want to... Shogu wanted to dismantle Wagner. That was his whole thing, right? He didn't like Wagner. He didn't like having this private military contractor. And this actually proves his point. Gustavo, Wagner get military space. Stephen... Gunshots and violence tend to stop coups. Sean, definitely in the short term, maybe long. Article, on the one hand, Wagner looks like they lost a game of chicken. On the other hand, Putin administration seems to capitulated. They both look weak. AA, Putin will blame Shogun Gerasimov. They will be sacked and Wagner loyalists will replace them. Yeah, whoever led this offensive for Wagner is probably going to go up there, right? And get access to all that Russian military hardware. But then, this is like this sort of Call of Duty-esque power play. How do you embed a PMC in the government? You do this, and then they're embedded. Isn't it crazy? Rick Shelley's asking again. We've already given you the answer there, Rick Shelley. You need to clean your ears. James, agree they'll be absorbed into regular army. Their commander will not return to the field. Who would be absorbed? Tiwi, the turn to be dealt with in his closest followers. What about the Wagner soldiers? What's going on in Rostov? See on the left there, that's from Rostov. Chempis, if it's not scripted, Wagner looks strong because Kremlin gave in on their terms. If scripted to escalate, whom's yet to, yeah. Christopher, don't forget how odd this will reflect on Putin too. Yeah, but he didn't call him out specifically, so he left himself that wriggle room. Laurie, I think Belarus agree with Wagner. They made a deal with him to stop for now, and I think they will help Prigozhin rise to president. I think you place a lot of faith in Belarus there. Semper, Putin bought time for himself. Moscow. Did Putin have any other choice? He was looking weak. Did he have any other choice? Because he would be overthrown if they were in Moscow right now. Imagine how much weaker he would look. Vlatka says, Wagner came all the way to Moscow's door. Yes, I feel they're stronger, but driven by money, and therefore I can't consider them to be true fighters for any country or idea. Sellouts. James says it's a pride type of thing. Anil Patel, I think Putin should resign. He's lost faith in integrity. I don't think you'll ever see Putin resign. But Joyce says everything is calm. Yeah, everything seems to be calm. I mean, everyone's sort of like scrambling, like, what does this mean? We're just working out what does this mean? Who looks strong? What happens next? You know, is it now like an orderly thing where the Russian military is able to integrate Wagner? It was kind of like the Russian military and Wagner were like this, and what's happened is Wagner have actually managed to push out the top people at the Russian military who didn't like Wagner, and now Wagner is going to, you know, be integrated into the Russian military on their terms. The person who definitely loses here is Shoigu. He is lost out big time. Right? There's no two ways around that. Kremlin yet to make any statements. When that statement comes out, that's going to be interesting how they word that. They're probably wording it right now. Do they have the fuel to turn back after that fuel depot? DK, I think Putin wanted a reason to leave Ukraine without looking weak. He looks like he gave the people what they wanted. This could be part of a bigger play to withdraw from Ukraine. I don't know. Just he could say, look, Wagner don't want to be in Ukraine, and the generals are a bit rubbish. I've replaced him, but we just can't stay in Ukraine. I really wanted to, but we can't. So it gives him cover. I don't know. Does it give an advantage to Ukraine? If Wagner pull out, then you would think yes. You would think yes. Southern Stables, we're trying to call the outcome of an operation an event that is far too large in scope to think we know the end. That's good. That's a fair point. Fair point. I'm just sort of scrambling. I think we're expecting some announcement for the Kremlin, surely, that they will have to give for people in Russia to say, look, this is the situation. Demetrius, why withdraw them in 400k troops? I don't know. Yeah. Let's see anything else going on. Is the amnesty really going to work? If you do a coup, do you get an amnesty? Has that ever really held before anywhere? Such a weird coup, isn't it? Was it a thing from the FSB to find out who is not on their side? That's the military building, isn't it, there? Even when amnesty people never really forget. Putin doesn't know how to spin this marathon. You've got to spin it very carefully, right, to come out looking strong. I think this they'll be able to do. They'll have enough time to just say it how they want and come out and make themselves looking like they were the people that solved it all. And also, yeah, I mean, sorry, how can Wagner go back into Ukraine? How can Wagner go operate side by side with the Russian forces? That's very difficult to fix, isn't it? Very difficult to fix. The whole thing was a gamble, Talent said. The bluff was called, they got what they want. I agree with you. The bluff was called, they got what they wanted. Showmanship, yeah, I agree. Putin will throw Shogun to the bus so face. But how can they now operate side by side with Russian forces? Difficult, isn't it? Man, my contact lenses are like melted to my eyes. Was it worth it though? Well, the thing is, if their entire existence, remember they say that they were basically bombed by Shoigu, so they wanted him out. So they didn't really have a choice. They had to go all in. If you look at it in that way. Christine, I don't see how Wagner gets away with this safely in the long term. I agree. I mean, they might have in the short term survived, but in the long term, it's just going to be a mess. It's just going to be messy, isn't it? Question is, why didn't they face much resistance in the way? Coups rarely do. There's more going on than it's being reported. Space says, what do you think? Let us know. Take contact and put on glasses. I should have done actually. It's been a long stream, but new setup here. This can be the current affairs setup. We'll just stream current affairs here. Chat, let me know in the chat what else would you like to see me stream from this setup? Because this is the nicest streaming setup I've ever had on YouTube, and I've been streaming on YouTube for a long time. And I only built it like 15 hours ago. So, what do you want to see me stream here? Breaking news. Are you saying breaking news? Just breaking news. Just break the news. Election results. Sleuthy, I can listen to talk. Oh, thanks, Sleuth. Thanks for the donation earlier as well, Sleuth. You really appreciate it. Anything interesting? Exceptional events. Yeah, exceptional events only. Events on a global scale. Article, if Prigozhin actually got what he wanted, shouldn't he be sitting behind a desk in Russian MOD head office? Maybe that's where he's going. Maybe we're going to get an uncomfortable video between Prigozhin and Putin shaking hands, where Prigozhin's going to have the body language like, yeah, I got exactly what I wanted. You only have 2 eyes. I'll be okay, don't worry. I've worn contact lenses for longer. Just don't sleep in contact lenses. Yeah, we saw the FS, but I'm not sure what to make of that. Is the deal going to hold? Is the deal going to hold? Thanks, Bert. You'll never see that video. It is pretty crazy. Okay, has any deal Putin made ever held? Didn't Minsk held for a while, didn't he? Until he broke it. Minsk 2. Lukashenko won it. What deal? It's been quite widely reported, this deal. Quite widely reported. Yeah, nice from Ricky. I think the tempo. Look, I just tell you how I see things honestly. I think the tempo is going to change now. I think the tempo is going to be. It's all behind the scenes. Is Prigozhin going to get what he wants? And then you may see in a few months the sort of like again like it's starting to unravel because it's just not sustainable. You can't marry these two things together. That's what I think. So I think it's in everyone's interest here in terms of them to just like cease everything. But then there's so many fractures in this. And what it means for their operational capability in Ukraine, I don't think it's going to be a good thing, even though like Wagner would like to think it would be. See, KMA? We could do some geolocation next time. We could just... Would people tune in for geolocation? I think I'd like to be really good at that. I think that's a good life skill in the 21st century. We won't do it like all the way through the night where I don't sleep though. And VVV saying Putin will still need to get rid of Wagner someday. Do we think it's a good day for Ukraine? I'm inclined now. I don't know. No, because you just don't know if they're going to need to look very strong. Okay, we'll do that another time. Why does Wagner want to go to Africa? It's probably easier and safer, isn't it? I would imagine. Two Faces is bad for Ukraine. John says yes, W arguably. Oh, that's from John Doe. Is this one going all the way to Siberia somewhere? Whoa, look at that. Kazan. And yes, someone's been saying that they own a mine. So maybe they just want to operate over there. Sneeze. No. Maybe. No, not. Yeah. Oh, that's a very good point, Flash. Didn't they manage to like pass some laws about martial law? But you wouldn't need to do all this to pass those laws undercover, for sure. Two-Face, now he gets what he wanted. AA, Ukraine held back. I say it's a wash. This is not good. Article good for Ukraine in short term, but if Prigozhin actually won this conflict and bad in mid-term. Have we learnt? We've learnt so much today about this situation, haven't we? Like private military companies and all the sort of jostling, positioning here. No worries, Ricky. Big shout out to the mods, bud. The mods do so much behind the scenes. We have the best mods in the game, 100%. Surkan, this is all an op to see who the real traitors were. And at the end it shows that Russia is extremely united. Was it an op to see whether Kadyrov was going to be loyal? Because that's the big pro for Kadyrov. He looks like he's very loyal. And I still wonder whether that was actually the difference. Oh, we love the mods. Very nice. Claps to the mods. This is a bit like the post game, isn't it? Putin wouldn't make himself look this weak for an op. Talent says, yeah, I kind of agree. Brandon breaking to delay new sanctions on Wagner. Can you explain that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Wagner able to go back. It's just it kind of just you have two options. Do you let them go, or do you let them continue, or do you stop it? Say. Southern saying half time, not post game. We're still in play. Quee has a feeling it's going to kick off or not. I don't get that feeling. I'll be honest. I don't get that feeling. And we did a lot of stuff on Ukraine throughout the night, and this is a bit different. This is feeling a bit fishy to me. I've got to be honest. Like, to wrap it all in a bow. But then why? When you just look weak. Unless you want to look weak. I don't know. Sean, something like that deal doesn't smell right. What does Shoigu do? Where is Shoigu? Surely they want to parade him or something. So something's not right here. Shoigu allegedly detained. That's the thing for people to follow. Because if he's detained, then like however Putin wants to spin it, he was forced into doing this. It's been a mad night for sure. Yeah, agreed, Anthony. Apparently Shoigu detained. Yeah, that's what we're looking at here. But surely we would get images of that. They would leak some images, right? People here break martial law. What's going to happen to all the Wagner soldiers? Andrew Day's a massive victory for the mercenaries. The mercenaries almost took control of Russia. MOD leadership may have resigned, maybe. I'm not sure resigned. It's one of those ones where you get asked to resign, isn't it? Former race car driver, Super GT. Hang on. What is it with race car drivers and current affairs? There's something about it's very transferable. Wasn't amnesty part of the deal? Yeah, it was, but that's pray the deal doesn't change any further. Let me just find some extra news here. Just race try to think logically. Maybe it's about logical thinking. And just like facts. COUP says Wagner will continue to operate in Africa. They bring in too much money for the Kremlin. I think there's a lot of stuff that we didn't have the time or context to cover about Wagner. I suspect Wagner was facing a real existential threat. And that's why they were that's why they had to go all in. So Wagner just found the time when it was maximum opportunity for them to get this leverage. Why detain old man Shogu? Because that's what Prigozhin wanted, right? Ricky, scary thing, nobody fought back. It shows just how fast these queues can go. Snowline question, why were they quit on the brink of victory? Because victory to them wasn't executing a coup. Victory to them was changing the military leadership, which is slightly different from a coup. Because a coup, you want to change the actual head of the state, don't you? So they got the head of the state to change the head of the military. So they actually didn't even need to do the coup. They got what they wanted. So according to their objectives, it is a victory for them. And the only reason that this is the thing what I've been struggling with was like, well, hang on, how does it work in the future? But if they were going to be disbanded, or you know, they thought they were being bombed by the Russians, then they had no option. They'd rather take a chance like this than just be dismantled, right? That's what he said. He said, hang on, isn't that what he said in the statement? PMC was going to be dismantled. That's what he meant. He didn't mean now. He meant before. He said they were going to dismantle PMC. That's what he means. He means that the Russian military were going to shut down Wagner. So he had nothing to lose. Chat, is that it, right? He had nothing to lose. Therefore, he may as well go all the way because the alternative was not existing. So basically, Russia military have managed this quite badly. So if we take it all at face value, they were going to be dismantled. So he decided to get a load of leverage by going to Moscow to get what he wanted, which was basically to be not dismantled. That must be it, chat. That must be it. Yep, highly recommends Wall Street Journal documentary. What do we think about that, chat? Let me know. It bought Moscow time. Killerman, he has a lot of money. Doing this may cost him his life, saying it's nothing to lead to after the truth. He's a man of war though, isn't he? I don't know. He might always have people loyal to him that be difficult to... DSP, Wagner wants the military. Wants to hold... Yeah, maybe... I don't know. But they don't... If you're a private military corporation, you're not... Your ideals aren't about democratic legitimacy, right? Your ideals are about just like making money. I don't know. I don't quite understand. You never get rid of the top general in any dictatorship without death. DSP, but the FSB have every single Wagner military record and member when they raided the Wagner HQ. Yeah, that was interesting to see, Ellie, wasn't it? It's a good point. Welcome, Yelton, DSP, Ali, and Mungud. John just says money. No worries, Yelton. Do you all think Wagner, if detained, they will all be eliminated? We had a look at Egypt. The failed Egypt coup. When was that? Was that 2016? Or Turkey, sorry, I can't remember. Maybe it's Turkey. But that was like 100,000 people detained or something. It was crazy. Is it on the screen here? Yeah, sorry. 2016 Turkey. 77,000 people arrested. So it's Turkey, yeah. Yeah, Wagner makes tons of money. Wagner, I mean, have Russia let it get too big for its own good? This is what people say about these not private military corporations. They don't play by the same rule book. But yeah, this is it. They were going to dismantle. If you read the face value, right? Oh, thanks so much, Tansas, again for the 5 Swiss francs. So it's done. I think it's done, and I'm going to explain why in a second. But thank you so much for the donation, Tansas. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We've been streaming for the last, I don't even know, like basically forever. We've been streaming forever. But yeah, thanks so much, Stanislas, for the 5 Swiss francs. Really appreciate it. So these are my thoughts. Let's take it at face value, right? They were going to dismantle, the Russian military, were going to dismantle PMC Wagner. Okay, so that was his, like... That's where he was. So he's saying he had to do something. We wanted to do a march for justice to sort of make our... Oh, Stanislas again! 20 Swiss francs, love it! Stanislas, you've been just dropping the Swiss francs like nobody's... Can we get some claps out in chat, please? For Stanislas. Get the emojis out. Absolute legend. Really hope you've enjoyed it. And it's been informative and hopefully a nice place to follow these historic events. Is it gonna go down as the Russian coup of 2023? Maybe. The fastest coup in history. I don't know. I'll look at the chat. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks so much, Stanislas, for the donations. Hero. What was I saying? Yeah, so they did a March for Justice. He's making it a march that sounds like a peaceful, like, protest. No blood was spilled. I'm not sure about that. And then they've agreed to go back in order to get what they wanted. I mean, you can take all of that at face value. Full immunity. Today was another example of citizenship replacing mainstream media. Yeah, crazy. That guy's been awake for 30 hours. Fair play. I haven't quite done the 30 hours. Andrew says, I feel it's all staged. We've gone through that. I don't know about that. Yeah, he did say they shot down helicopters. I guess there was no one in them. Super. If Luka made the deal, then why would Putin, who didn't make the deal, actually... It's weird that Putin's not involved in the deal. That is a weird one. Because you look strong if you do the deal. He could come out earlier and say, look, they need to stop, and then he does the deal to do it. This was a coup de none. This is not a... That's not an interview today. Oh, Claudio! I'm going to guess by your name, Claudio Ionescu, that is Romanian currency. I don't know the name. That is your first super chat. Thank you so much, Claudio, for the 50. I'm guessing I have been to Romania a few times, but I can't remember the currency. Unless I got your country wrong. Great piece of investigation. Oh, I don't think of myself a journalist. I'm just curious and watching what's going on and trying to understand the information. But thank you so much for the 50. Can we get some claps out again in the chat? I know the donations today are absolutely insane. Crazy. Honestly, I'm not joking. I think all the donations today are probably paying for a lot of the new setup, which is crazy. So do this. Hopefully it's adding value, keeping you entertained or keeping you company. And then, yeah, I mean, new microphone stand and everything, and the desk, and crazy. That's a crazy world about YouTube. Crazy world about YouTube. Love it. Got a stream from him. It's so comfortable streaming here in a proper chair with lumbar. I haven't even got my lumbar support up. Hang on. Oh yeah, that's nice. It's kind of warm because I've been sitting on it. Thanks so much, Cloudy. Know you've been enjoying the stream. I don't know where this is about. He says, exclusive interview with Western media. Has anyone seen that? Don't know if anyone's seen that. Don't know if anyone's seen it. Let me just get some other ones up. Remember, officially Wagner is not part of Russian military, yeah. Romanian Lou, that's it. My bad. I'm going to sneeze now. This is the one. It happened. I managed to avoid it last 3 times, but that one was like, nah, I'm coming out. I think I've been awake way too long. Way too long. Let me just do a check here for you, chat. Bless you, thank you. Let me do a check. Right. Yeah, Shoigu and stuff we'll have to check. Let me just do something here, bear with me. Doing some stuff. Clicking this mouse. Got a Razer mouse now. Yes. Bear with me. Will be apparent. Boom. Sorry about that. Had to do some stuff. Had to do some stuff in the background. Yeah, that's right, Alpha and Chevy. I'm surprised we haven't seen anything from the Kremlin. Nothing at all. But they went all the way to the top. What's the news saying? Man, so much stuff to do. Bonk. Jonjo, can you add more windows to update themselves? Yeah, we used to have like self-changing windows and stuff, but this is a completely new setup here. I just want to summarise a little bit what we've. Frank Gardner's been there. 1-0 to President Putin. I mean, that's Frank Gardner. So I have Frank Gardner's book up here, and I've spoken to him quite a few times. So I obviously rate his opinion, but I'm not sure it is 1-0 to Putin. I just think that Prigozhin is a little bit out of control. Like, Putin can't control him. He's always been there, like, nipping away and saying, "Oh, I need more supplies." He always says, "Oh, the statistics are not accurate." He's seen as being on the ground, actually sort of, on the front line. Going to, like, bereaved families, that sort of stuff. So I think he really irritates Putin. I think it might be more a 1-1. I think it might be more 1-1 this, but who's going to win in the long term? I think they both lose. I actually think they both lose because Putin is now really vulnerable. Prigozhin is now unsustainable. Wagner is really unsustainable. Just don't think it works. Anti-engage the wildcards. So the things to keep an eye on is what's going to happen with Shoigu, what's going to happen with the deal. Is there going to be any press conference when they're all together? I think the only way that this really blows over if there's a press conference, they're all together, shaking hands, new military top brass, and then that's the only way that they come out of it kind of looking strong. Is what I think. But chat, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do, because been streaming for a very, very, very long time. So I'm going to do something a little bit special here, because my normal content is racing, but we are going to find a balance here. We're definitely going to find a balance and just stream big things. We stream F1 these days, stream these big events. Take a break, news at 11. Yeah, this could still develop, but I'll tell you what we're going to do. Give me a second. You'll hear something come up in the background. You'll hear something very quickly come up. Right. So what we're going to do, we're going to end this stream. That is going to be it for the news today. Absolutely mega stream. 1,000 people watching, 185,000 viewers. One of the biggest streams on YouTube, probably, full stop. And we're just going to go to a premiere now. I'm going to premiere one of my normal sim racing videos. So you're going to see me in sim racing. So I'm going to be there in chat. You can just hang out with me in chat there. It's about a 10-minute video, I think. So ask me any questions. Here we go. Here's the link. So hit that link. We can chat there. It will take you across automatically, by the way, so you don't even need to do anything. I'll be there. We can hang out there and talk about anything that's happened here. So thanks a lot, everyone. I really, really, really appreciate it. All the donations, all the membership, all the views, all the amazing comments. It's just, I feel very lucky and privileged to be able to do this. And it's not a problem for me. So I just, yeah, I'm super lucky, and I really hope that you've enjoyed it, or it's been a comforting place for you to be. I really hope that. And I'll see you in the premiere.